KTJ OVAL for the game between Japan and Singapore. Both these teams have played 2 games, won one and lost one. Japan winning the toss, well, batting first for the third time here at the KTJ OVAL. Their first outing, they scored over 300 runs. Then against Nepal, bundled out for 80. And here they are batting first again. And we caught up with the two captains for the coin toss earlier. Let's have a quick look at that.
Heads.
It's tails.
I'll walk back first. Thank you.
Match referee, Mr. Anup, out in the center for the coin toss. And, well, this surface at the KTJ Oval has been brilliant. It's a good batting surface. And, Japan, without hesitation, winning the toss, choosing to bat first yet again for the third time in their campaign of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup of Malaysia in 2025. Hello and welcome. I'm Robert Rayner, bringing you live action from the KTJ Oval. Well, the East Zone Cup of Malaysia in 2025 has 10 teams. Japan, one of the teams included in this year's edition. In 2023, we had 7 teams, in which Nepal steamrolled everyone and went home champions. So they are here in 2025 as defending champions and topping Group A at the moment, in which Japan and Singapore also currently part of. Both these teams 2 points apiece, having played 2 games. So this is their third match in the group stages. Both these teams will be itching to pick up another win. Singapore also picking up their first win in their last game against Indonesia. Well, Japan, they have the opportunity to redeem themselves from the performance that they put up against Nepal. Felt they were one of the stronger sides in Group A, but not able to stand up to the strength of Nepal. But here they are up against Singapore for ball 1. Leaves that alone. So Japan have usually opened with the opening pair of Montihara Hinze and Hugo Kelly. Have they made any changes to that batting lineup? We'll have to wait and see. The mainstay for them has been Kobayashi and their skipper, Charlie Hinze. Vidansh Gupta for Singapore with a new ball. Picked up 4 wickets yesterday against Indonesia. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs conceded, and picked up 4 wickets. So did the damage with the new ball up against Indonesia. He'll want to repeat and, in fact, even get a better performance here today against Japan. Watchful from Hugo Kelly. This is the first over. Japan have been, apart from their previous game, they've been very good with the bat. They've looked excellent with the running between the wickets, although that running between the wickets was put under some pressure from the fielding of Nepal. And scoring had to find different ways against Nepal, but here against Singapore, looking to get off the mark. It's a good start so far from Vidansh Gupta. very good length that he's bowling, especially with the new ball. He's drawn Hugo Kelly onto the front foot. Not perhaps as quick as some of the other bowlers in this tournament, but very disciplined, very accurate, at least for the first 4 balls here. Make that 5. Well, 3 games coming to you across 3 venues. The ACC Men's Under 16 Eastern Cup in Malaysia. Happy to just see that go into the keeper's gloves, and a maiden to start with for Vidansh Gupta and Singapore. Of course, Japan and Singapore playing at the KTJ Oval. Over at the Selangor Turf Club, we've got Thailand taking on Maldives. Thailand, of course, picking up their first win in their opening fixture. They'll be looking to make it 2 from 2. And Indonesia will be looking to bounce back from that defeat against Singapore in their previous game as they take on Bhutan, who, well, they gave a good showing of themselves against Japan here at the KTJ Oval. So quite a few teams looking for their first win. Make sure you go on to the ACC, the Asian Cricket YouTube page to catch all the live action for whichever team it is you're supporting. Bringing you live action from the KTJ Oval of Singapore versus Japan, where Japan won the toss, chose to bat. 1 over has been bowled. Scorers haven't been troubled. And, well, that is a peach of a delivery. Kapish Venkatraman bowled 4 overs, conceded 9 runs and picked up a wicket. So the new bowlers for Singapore, quite tidy, disciplined from the stats at least. And so far from the first 8 deliveries, the stats are backing up the argument that Japan are going to have to try and do something different if they are to score against this new ball. Because Singapore fast bowlers are keeping it in all the right areas. Hit the outside edge once already in the first 2 deliveries. Montiara Henze in that opening fixture against Bhutan alongside Kaisei Kobayashi put on 162 for the second wicket. A quick single. That's the first runs off the bat for Monty and for Japan. Going back to the previous edition in 2023, we had 7 teams competing. And in 2025, that number has gone up to 10. 2 groups in this competition. 5 teams in each group. Each team gets to play 4 games. At the end of the league stages, the top 2 teams in each group will contest in the semi-finals. And after that, pretty sure you guys know the drill. That final is going to be very exciting. And that's the first loose delivery, clipped off the toes, almost a maximum, just bouncing inside the rope. That's a beautiful looking shot there, effortless. A ball from Kapish Venkatraman just tailing in towards the pads, just helping it on its way. There you go, Kelly getting off the mark with a boundary. Right back on it. Good comeback from the youngster Kapish Venkatraman. Good body language from these Singapore lads early on. And the question is, can they keep it going for the whole innings? Hot, humid conditions here in Malaysia. It will test the fittest of players. The under 16s, they're definitely going to feel the heat. Well, barring that one delivery that tailed into the pads of Hugo Kelly, Kapish Venkatraman has been good in his first over. 2 overs gone, 5 without loss. Vidansh will bowl his second. Good first over. Continues where he left off. Just the one slip in place and a gully just on the outside of your screens there. There you go. Just behind the stumps there, you saw the wicketkeeper lifting his players. Good delivery yet again from Vidansh. And this is going to be critical in the success of this first innings. Keeping good energy, positive energy. There you go. Wicketkeeper coming up and keeping the chatter. Things that you want to see in a young side, especially at the under 16 level. Standing tall there on his toes, looking to cut. Drive that off the back foot. Singapore doing all the right things here early on. After being put in the field, Japan won the toss and chose to bat first. By just getting involved slightly, perhaps monitoring what's being said. Oh, this one nips back in sharply. Montiara Hinze, that was awfully close to his off stump. Vidansh Gupta almost having his first. There's a good take behind the wickets as well. Rohan Austin Arun with the gloves for Singapore. This is some good carry here from Vidansh Gupta. Going back to Singapore and how well they've started here. And there's just been one delivery that's tailed on to the pads, which was clipped away for 4. But apart from that, everything else has been excellent here from Singapore. And they're putting Japan not under huge amounts of pressure, but some pressure indeed. Montiara Hinze and Hugo Kelly will have to navigate this early phase of sustained pressure from Singapore. Happy to just leave that alone. Marks his guard, and he's ready for the next over. So this is good batting here as well from Japan. And they've got a very good side, very athletic side. The running between the wickets is excellent. We sorted that game against Bhutan. And they've got some good batters in their ranks. A couple of them also playing for the Japan senior men's team, likes of Kobayashi and their skipper Charlie Hinze, who's a very good all-rounder, left-handed bat, bowls left-arm spin. Kobayashi comes in the top order and the bowls medium pace, very tall lad. So they've got quite a bit of batting in the dugout, but they've got to play out this new ball. There's another one that's clipped off the pads, but there is protection this time. So the adjustment being made as Venkataraman likes to swing the ball back in, and I think deserves that little bit of protection on the leg side, because he is going to tail that ball occasionally onto the pads if you're an in-swing bowler. So good adjustments made here by Singapore, just conceding the one on this occasion. Batters from Japan, however, being made to work for these runs here. Just guiding that down to third. Soft hands that enabled him to just run it down to third and pick up that single. Kapish Venkataraman is similar in terms of his counterpart from the other end. Both of them looking to bring the ball back in. They've kept things quiet here at the start of play. This one's tilted onto the pads and it's clipped away. There is a fielder at a deep fine, but it's wide of him. And Hugo Kelly picking up another stylish boundary off the pads. This time in front of the wicket. Different region, almost similar result. That's pulled back in to the edge of the boundary. So Hugo Kelly now taking a liking to the in-swing bowling of Kapish Venkataraman, who's just been a little too straight on a few occasions. A couple of very good deliveries. Just a little too straight for Hugo Kelly, who says, I'm going to score off these. 4 overs gone, 13 without loss for Japan after they won the toss and chose to bat first at the KTJ Oval. This is the third time that they're batting first. First time they scored 300 plus runs. The second time they were bundled out for 80, and third time's a charm. Punched off the back foot, quick single taken. The understanding has been good from the batters of Japan all through the lineup. Oh, a bit too straight, a bit too high as well. A couple of things they're going in favor of the batter. That extreme angle that Vedansh Gupta gets, possibly taking it down leg side. And well, he's a tall lad, is Vedansh Gupta. Bit of bounce as well. So the line and height, a couple of things put the doubt in the umpire's mind. Good delivery nonetheless from Vedansh Gupta. Once again, just above the pad, almost hitting Hugo Kelly on the thigh pad there. Able to extract a bit of bounce from a good length is Vedansh Gupta. As he goes and grows through the years, he'll get stronger. His muscles will start to reinforce what he's trying to do, and then he's only going to get quicker. Some good signs here for Singapore. Was Fuller on that occasion, bit of shape away in the air. Oh, he's driven at that one, and it's carried into the hands of first slip. And well, Hugo Kelly has to depart. Singapore have struck in the fifth over. Vedansh Gupta continues to pick up wickets. As Hugo Kelly has to walk through a flood of Singaporean players to make his way back to the dugout. And the players from Singapore are absolutely pumped. It's been a good start for them. We're talking about that body language and the energy that they've brought. Hugo Kelly well, hasn't had a good outing in this tournament. All three games. He's looked good, but has not been able to convert. Be very disappointed because he played a couple of very good looking shots off the pad. Well, the Centurion for Japan, Kaisei Kobayashi, jersey number 3. He walks in at the fall of that wicket. It's an interesting phase here, the new ball phase, the first 10 overs, the power play, only 2 fielders out. The Singaporean bowlers, fast bowlers, so far, they've kept it in the right areas, asked the right questions. It's going to be interesting to see here Kobayashi's approach to this innings. Is he going to take on the bowling, or is he just going to nudge it around initially? Vedansh Gupta continues to impress as he wraps up his third over, a rewarding over, picking up the wicket of Hugo Kelly. Japan are 14 for 1 after 5. Oh, first change coming in the 6th over. Singapore being proactive here. Although I'd like to have seen Venkatraman get an extra over. The batter who clipped him off the pads, Hugo Kelly, has been dismissed. Looks like Rian Nayak, the skipper, has decided to bring himself on. He starts off well. Good looking delivery just outside the off stump. Not as tall as his opening fast bowlers, but looks a very skittish customer. Gets the ball through nicely. Feels comfortable with the channels that he's bowling, immediately bringing in another fielder. Just a gully. Already seen Monty Arahinse. He likes to drive. Nayak is keeping the length. Just the right area here for that. Bit off the back foot. Oh, this has gone under the bat. Very good bowling here. Mixing his lengths up nicely is the skipper from Singapore. Standing tall, playing it off the back foot. Credit to Singapore. They haven't bowled too many bad balls. They've asked Japan if they wanted to score, they're going to have to play some shots. So far, Japan and these two batters, Monty and Kaise. Oh, that is a beautiful looking drive, but straight to the fielder. A maiden to start with for Rian Naik. 6 overs gone, 14 for 1. Vedansh Gupta, the wicket taker, continue. Look at that. He's into his 4th over, figures 1 for 1. Very impressive. Picked up 4 wickets in the previous game. He's already picked up 1 here. Oh, beating the outside edge. So close to the outside edge of Kaisei Kobayashi. Well, no, it's a big wicket. If they can pick him up early, it puts the other batters under some pressure. We saw that up against Nepal, Japan. Well, they lost a few early wickets and then never able to recover after that. So just going on recent form in the last couple of games, both these teams have played 2 games apiece. Japan winning their opening fixture but losing their previous one to Nepal. Singapore losing their first fixture but winning against Indonesia. So in recent run of form, Singapore have the momentum on their side. They come into this game with a win behind them. Japan, trying to make a comeback after that thumping defeat to Nepal. And they've looked pretty good with the defensive game. But even in the longer format, you're looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over, be it with ones or twos. If the scoreboard doesn't go anywhere, the mind starts to play funny games with you. Start to think that, oh, I've got to do something, I've got to play a few shots here. But credit to the bowlers from Singapore, especially this man here, Vedansh Gupta, has been immaculate with his line and length. He's not allowed the batters from Japan to play too many strokes without risk, without due risk. So definitely one of the players to watch out for from Singapore. Goes full and straight. And Keisei Kobayashi gets off the mark with that single. It's taken him 7 deliveries, but he'll feel a whole lot more relieved after that single. 7 overs gone. Another good over from Vedansh Gupta comes to a close. 15 for 1. Oh, that is a brilliant delivery from Naik. Yet to concede a run. He's into his second over here. Majority of his deliveries slightly fuller. Inviting the batter to drive. That was a bit too full on that occasion, but he's got his fielders in just the right positions, which is making it difficult for Keshi Kobayashi. Once again, you see Rohan there behind the stumps. That's clipped upish, and they have picked up the big fish. That is Keisei Kobayashi, Rian Nayak, and the boys from Singapore will celebrate. Holding one just slightly on a good length into the pads. Keisei Kobayashi not able to control the impulse to try and flicks it upish, straight into the hands of mid-wicket there. He was ready and pouched that catch. Well, Singapore are off to a brilliant start. They picked up 2 very important wickets here. And Japan, after winning the toss and choosing to bat, find themselves in yet another tricky situation. Charlie Hindze, the skipper from Japan, has walked out there to the middle to replace Kobayashi. He battled well against Japan as he saw batters and partners from the other end come and go. Wouldn't say a similar situation now, But the scoreboard very similar. Of course, the pace on the ball very different, but the accuracy from Singapore has been excellent. Credit to Singapore, they've been very proactive with their field placements, their bowling plans. We had a similar compliment to pay to Japan in their opening fixture. Their batting, however, is being put under some pressure here early on from Singapore. Drives that one. Confident looking drive from Charlie. Nudged off into the leg side, pick up a quick single. Charlie gets off the mark with that single. The Group A. Well, end of the 8th over. 17 for 2 for Japan. Nepal topping the table in Group A. Japan currently in second place, courtesy of that big 300-run total that they posted in their opening fixture. But they leveled on points with Singapore, 2 apiece for them. So win here will take either of these teams into second place after 3 games. So while you're eyeing for those top 2 spots in the group stages, so big match here in context of the standings. After this, these 2 teams will have 1 game each remaining. Just going to go back to Rian Naik. Have the last delivery bowled, so the scorers can tally, cross the T's, dot the I's, and a very quick change from Singapore to get in place. Tough job for the umpires here after they were all set to begin the 9th over, having to rewind things. Credit to the gentleman on field. And clipped off the toes. Quick single. We've now come to the official close of the 8th over. Score for Japan 17 for 2. Sort of like we had a trailer as to who's going to be bowling. I think it'll be the same plans. We'll see spin introduced inside the power play. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. We will. Just judging from the height. Well, appearances can be deceiving. Looked like he was marking his run up for some good, fiery, fast bowling. In the end, fooled me. Looks like he's going to be bowling some leg spin. Right arm leg spin. We've seen a bit of turn on this surface at the KTJ OVAL. It starts off with the one that just continues with the arm. Good length he started on in the first couple of deliveries. Looking to carve that one away through the offside, straight to the fielder. 3 dots to start with. Make that 4. Good start to the over and to his spell. Charlie likes to play through the offside. And he's driven that. It's in the gap. Work for the field at mid-off. He's not going to get there. In fact, he's not even going to get close to it. First boundary for the skipper from Japan, Charlie Hinze, bringing it up in fine fashion as that crosses the rope. So that'll ease the pressure just a bit. Charlie Hinze looks a confident bat. Loves the offside. And that shot, evidence of that. And a good close, good comeback. Ball's a dot ball, just the 4 runs coming off it. 22 for 2 after 9. Choosing to play that off the back foot. Naik has kept the ball around the good length area. And they skidded it through. Got some good wheels on him. But the impressive thing has been his line and length so far. He's been rewarded with a wicket. Important wicket of Kashi Kobayashi. He's now bowling to Charlie. Well, if you've heard me on comms before, you'll know that this is my favorite kind of contest to watch. That is captain versus captain. We've got Rian Naik with the ball, Charlie Hinze with the bat. Both these leaders trying to do the job for their team. Rian Naik at the moment is a bit more in control of proceedings. He's making a lot of changes. He knows exactly where he wants his field. And Charlie, he's got his side 2 down for 23, looking to consolidate here. And Naik finally happy with the placement of that fielder. And continues to impress. Very quickly able to adjust his line and length for the right-hander and left-hander. Great signs here for the future of Singapore. They've got a couple of good players already in the fast bowling department coming through the ranks. Oh, this is just pitching outside. Naik was interested for a second, then very quickly realized, or perhaps not. Go back to the opening spell from Vedansh Gupta. Now here the first change. Rian Naik. They've been highly impressive with their consistency and accuracy at the under 16 level. Oh, this is full and wide. Won't mind that from Rian Naik. Occasionally just pushing it full and wide to Charlie Hinze. He's been out there just for 11 deliveries. He's looked good. He's played a few confident looking shots.
No problem. Up to tomorrow. No problem.
Got that slip in place, and he's looking for Charlie Hinze to try and nick one off. Oh, but Charlie has said, I'm going to go the complete opposite direction. He's gone over mid-on for the first maximum of the day in, well, what is quite the statement from Charlie. And Rian Naik, well, he'll finish the 10th over, end of the power play. 2 for 29 are Japan. And, Charlie Hinze and Montihara Hinze looking to rebuild the innings for Japan. Kapish Venkatraman. So another change is the 1 over for the leg spinner. Singapore have quickly turned back to pace. Oh, this is a beautiful delivery to dismiss Monty Hinze. Well, there's not much he could do about that. Kapish Venkatraman, with his first delivery, has landed an in-swinging Yorker in the block hole at pace. And, well, it's cleaned him up. He's knocked those pegs back and, well, great signs for a fast bowler. Monty, however, there's not much he could do about that. He tried to keep it out. Ball just sneaking under the toe of the bat. All the changes continue to work for Singapore as they get in the huddle and share a few drinks, and they'll be looking to keep the energy up. Some good leaders here in the Singaporean side. People taking on the responsibility of making sure and ensuring that the side is ready for the chances as and when they come. Thinking of the keeper, Rowan Austin, Arun, as well, who's seen on a fair few occasions telling the lads in the inner ring to keep the chatter up, keep the energy levels up. And as a result of that, they've been ever alert. Oh, there you go again. You see him there behind the stumps, tapping his head, perhaps telling Kapish Venkatraman it's time for some short stuff. He's definitely got some pace on him. At least they're going by that first delivery. Oh, he's even got some swing as well. Brilliant delivery, and I think while the swing's lasting, yeah, perhaps you could go to the short stuff. But when you can get the ball to move prodigiously like that, I think keep going, keep targeting that stumps. Well, bowling coaches will say top of off. If you can do that with that amount of swing, you're always going to be in business. And at the moment, business is booming for Singapore, at least in terms of picking up wickets. They've picked up 3 already here in the 11th over. Mind you, Japan winning the toss and choosing to bat. They've run into trouble here with the new ball, courtesy of some great swing and fast bowling. Another one comes in. Very interesting to see. Has he got one that goes the other way? It's highly unlikely with the action that he runs in with. It's going to be quite difficult to get the ball to shape away. See, he's got a very smooth approach in his run up to the crease. Stays tall at delivery and just looking to push everything in towards the batter there, including the wrists at final release. Well, over the years. That's something he'd like to work on. But for now, he's proving quite a handful here. Skylar Nakayama, the new batter to replace Montihara Henze. Watchful on that occasion. Just drop and run. He'll get off the mark with that single. "11 overs gone. Japan are 30 for 3. Rian Naik will continue. We'll just nudge this towards backward square. Pick up a quick single. Well, Japan have got to come up with a plan here. They can't just be blocking out these deliveries. Yes, they can bat for time, but they've got to have an approach and a plan to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. This feels like batters have gone into a bit of a shell here, but since Skylar Nakayama has come out to bat, Charlie Hinze has played a couple of very good looking shots. It'll be interesting to see Rian Naik, captain v captain. He was hit for a big 6 in the first of this game by Charlie Hinze in the previous over of the final delivery. So a bit of a comeback statement here for Rian Naik. So far, apart from the toss, everything going Singapore's way. 3 for 31 midway through the 12th over. Charlie just being sensible because mid-on has been sent back to the boundary, so he'll just pick up that single. This is good cricket. A few gaps will open up now that we're outside the power play. It'll allow Japan to settle in and just nudge the ball around. Mind you, there is still a bit of swing, but the sun's beating down now. Oof, this one just length pulled back, wide of the stumps. Skylar happy to let that one go straight to the keeper. Well, this is good cricket here from both Skylar and Charlie. Risk-free cricket, and they've picked up 3 runs in the over. And at some stage, Singapore will have to bring their spinners on. 12 overs completed, 33 for 3. Kapish, who had a great first over, great first delivery in fact. Oh, he's gone straight. This is, well, we'll have to take another look at that one. But Kapish Venkatraman is getting the ball to tail back in to some degree. And, perhaps that's the only thing that was in the umpire's mind. Was it going on to hit the stumps? And Skyler comes across his stumps quite a bit with his trigger. This time staying leg side. On the last couple of overs at least, Japan have managed to nudge the singles around. They're trying to rebuild with the Skyler and Charlie out there in the middle. Charlie likes to play quite a bit of attacking shots, but he's also got the responsibility now to see Japan into a position of strength. And, just throwing his hands at the delivery that's angling away from him. Picking up another single. Well, we said that the body language and the energy has been good from Singapore. Just get the feeling that it's dulled down a bit. Hot, humid conditions here in Malaysia at the KTJ OVAL. Looking to push this one the other way. Going too far. Goes back to his stock delivery. Concedes another single. Have Singapore gone too defensive here after picking up 3 wickets? It's allowing Skyler and Charlie to keep the scoreboard ticking over more fluently now. Could they perhaps attack for a few overs more? Because both these batters quite new. And, just by pushing the field back, it allows them to rotate, strike and get their eye in, settle themselves and build a foundation here from which they can build a partnership and get Japan to a position of safety first and then to strength. And drives that through the offside. And that is a beautiful looking shot for a boundary. We have said previously that Charlie loves the offside field. And with shots like that, just caressed through the offside, not looking to overhit it. Just puts it between mid-off and cover. Not too bad of a delivery there. Perhaps just a bit too full from Kapish Venkatraman. He's bowled his 4th over, 13 overs gone. Japan 41 for 3. Change of ends here for the leg spinner. Rian Naik just taking a break. And a bit of chatter, untimely chatter, causes Skyler to back away. Beg your pardon, this is off spin. Yuvan Pandey. Quite a bit of turn on that occasion. Oh, that's a tight call from the umpire. Yuvan Pandey just turned around and looked quite surprised, as did I in the comm box, but umpire's decision is final. Oh, some sharp turn there. Loving the reactions from Rohan Austin Arun behind the stumps. It's quite animated. You need your keeper to keep the energy levels up. It's an important position in any format, let alone the 50 overs. Liking this body language and the energy from the young keeper from Singapore. It influences a lot of things when you have a highly energetic wicket keeper behind the stumps. And let's not, we can even share about the effects that it has on the batters. It's mildly annoying if you're looking to stay focused, but you have somebody right next to you in your ear all the time chatting away. And, just adds another element to this beautiful game. So far, so good from Rohan Austin Arun behind the wickets. Also good from Yuvan Pandey. His final delivery of his first over, just 1 run conceded. Oh, looking to cut against the turn there. Skylar will have to be careful. Ideally, Yuvan Pandey will want to be bowling to Charlie, who's the left-handed batter. We've already seen Charlie likes to go down the ground and through the offside. So it'll be an interesting contest as Yuvan will be spinning the ball away from Charlie. And well, the leg spinner, he'll want to be bowling to the right-handed batter. At the moment, he'll be bowling to Charlie. So 14 overs gone, 42 for 3 for Japan. The last few overs after the end of the power play, and they've been able to keep the scoreboard ticking along. And, despite it being a slow pace, it's getting somewhere. Play down to the sweeper on the offside. Oh, here we go, the leg spinner to the right-hander. There's a slip in place. We've seen quite a few deliveries go between this slip fielder and the wicket keeper. I think he's just a bit too wide there. He needs to come in a little bit tighter. Akash Teja can afford to go slightly fuller in length. Invite Skylar to the drive. Oh, does just that. And Skylar obliging. Well, he swatted that through the offside for another single. Well, Japan dealing in singles in the last 4 to 5 overs. Slowly inching their way towards the 50-run mark. Well. Charlie looking at Skylar. There was a possible single there. "15 overs gone, 44 for 3. Pandey to continue. I still think that slip field is a bit too wide. Quietly work towards long on. Good batting from Skylar Nakayama. He showed quite a bit of patience. 7 of 24. Meanwhile, Charlie from the other end has played some beautiful looking shots through the covers. One a very aggressive shot of his opposite number, Rian Naik, that went for half a dozen over long on. And he goes upish. Not able to penetrate that gap in the offside field. This is the contest we were talking about slightly earlier. The off spinner to the left-handed Charlie, who likes the offside field, plays it off the back foot, picks up a comfortable single. Singapore, who've had control for most of the 15 overs, are allowing Japan to work singles and get the scoreboard ticking along. Oof, that one came back in a long way on their haunches, the keeper and bowler. It's a good over from Yuvan Pandey. 16 overs gone, 46 for 3. Charlie picks up a single off the first delivery, gives it to Skylar Nakayama. Driven but can't find the gap yet again. Akash Teja. I think he can afford to go a bit fuller, especially to Skylar Nakayama, who's not played too many attacking shots. The other hand has looked quite comfortable off the back foot. A couple of runs picked up. Dot balls, plenty of those coming while the spinners are in operation. But Japan have got to manage this phase of play through the middle overs. Ooh, beats the outside edge on that occasion. Currently going at just around 3 and over, just under rather. 17 overs gone, 49 for 3. It's cut away straight to point. No single available. Off the pads. 50 coming up for Japan in the 18th over. It's been a slow start for them. That's because they've lost 3 early wickets. And this partnership between Skylar and Charlie worth 21 of 43 deliveries. They're still not out of trouble yet, because the spin duo for Singapore has kept things tight. That of Akash Teja and Yuvan Pandey. I like the length from Yuvan Pandey. Thought that Akash Teja could be a little fuller in his length, especially to Skylar Nakayama. Oh, he's pulled this one into the leg side. They're running hard. Work for the fielder to do. They'll pick up a couple of runs here. And just as I was saying, Yuvan Pandey has done well to stay fuller in length. He drops one shot. But mind you, he's beat the outside edge and the inside edge on occasion. Oh, there's that gap between that keeper and the slip that we were talking about. Especially when the balls are spinning in towards the batter. As 18 overs have been bowled. 53 for 3. And looks like drinks are coming onto the field. They'll have a quick hydration break. And we'll be back with more live action. Well, drinks have been had after Japan won the toss, chose to bowl first, find themselves 53 for 3. Leg spin of Teja to Skylar Nakayama. Oh, there we go. He's attempted to drive that. And, well, oh gosh, Teja, the first couple of deliveries after drinks has gone fuller. And Skylar Nakayama has driven all of them, although not in very convincing fashion. That slip coming tighter now. That's cut upish, and it's been put down, and a single conceded. So Skylar Nakayama, very fortunate after drinks. This is something that they will learn at the under 16 level, is the important passages of play. It's usually around a break, just before the break and just after. Just before the break, the pressure builds up not to lose another wicket. And after, it's your ability to refocus, because you've just had 5 minutes or so away from the game, and to get yourself back in the zone, and back focusing at the right times. You don't want to be focusing all the time, and then you'll have a burnout. So all of that just gets disrupted with that break. And, similarly for the bowlers, the rhythm. Akash Teja, however, after the break has gone a lot fuller, and well, he'll be a little excited with how things have turned out so far. Skylar Nakayama is driving that. And a good over comes to close, 19 gone. Japan are 56 for 3. Just a bit too straight from Ewan Pandey, but fired through a lot quicker. It's a good change up in pace from the tall off spinner Ewan Pandey. Ooh, looking to cut that one. It was really full. Well, Japan will have to be a little careful here not to lose another wicket at this stage.
Papa
On the other hand, well, they'll be looking to do just that. Goes through the leg side. And Charlie Harahinze playing well within himself here. He appears to be a batter that likes to play his shots regardless of the situation. And I think he's got to take calculated risks here. He's better off targeting the leg spinner than the off spinner. Play high percentage cricket. So when he finds himself on strike to the leg spinner Akash Teja, perhaps has the license, I'd say, Again, in terms of high percentage cricket, taking on the leg spinner because he'll be hitting with the spin. That provides its own set of complications because Charlie likes to play through the offside. So perhaps if he's going to take on Yuvan Pandey, look to hit more down the ground and towards long off. And this one's a half tracker with pace on from Yuvan Pandey. So he's mixing it up nicely here, keeping the batters guessing. He doesn't want them to get too comfortable on the front foot or the back foot. And goes fuller on this occasion. Skyler works it leg side. That wraps up the 20th over. This partnership moves along to 29. And the score for Japan 58 for 3.
Please give me.
Ooh, that is a brilliant delivery from Akash Teja. He needs to be a little braver, go more in line with the stumps and see if he can get the ball to do just that. At the moment, I think he's just bowling too far outside the off stump as a leg spinner. He should be brave enough to try and pitch the ball in line with the stumps. You're going to bring in a multitude of dismissals that way. At the moment, playing it safe, keeping it outside the off stump. He's getting the ball to turn a bit, and just a little bit is enough to create the doubt in the batter's mind. Once again, you can see where that ball is pitching. It's outside the stumps, which is making it easier for Skyler Nakayama to deal with. The second he goes straighter, Skyler now has a very crucial decision whether to go on the front foot or the back foot. This occasion, much better. And well, this is up in the air and it's been put down yet again. Well, so Singapore creating chances but not able to hold on to them. This is perhaps the second drop chance for Singapore. They've been pretty good up until this point. As we get into the middle phase of this innings, we talked about that body language and the energy levels. It'll start to drop, giving the batters from Japan an opening as Charlie, who's been off strike for quite some time, hasn't had a good run of strike. It's been Skyler that's been facing up to both these spinners. So he'll want to have a few deliveries to himself to get himself going after the drinks break, which we had after the 18th over. Oh, that's played upish, but long on is back on the boundary. So it'll be an easy single. And that brings Charlie on strike. 61 for 3. Well, that's upish. And my oh my, Singapore, well, making a mess of things. That's the second time now. And Well, it's the important wicket of Charlie Hinze that they've put down. Charlie looking to just nudge it into the leg side, closing the face of the bat. Well, it's done and dusted. Charlie will consider himself very fortunate there. Juvan Pandey, well, seemed slow to react to that one. Both these batters, Skyler being let off the hook in the previous over, Charlie Inze in this over. A simple, straightforward cotton ball chance being put down. Not a lot has gone Japan's way. So can they cash in on the opportunity that's been given to them? Opportunities, rather. Rian Nayak and the boys from Singapore, they've got to ensure that they can't let these missed opportunities weigh on them. It's in the past and can't be changed. Speaking of change, we'll have one of those with the ball. It's a tough one for a bowler. You've created an opportunity and you get taken out of the attack. Got to feel a bit for the bowlers here. But so far, in the 22 overs, whatever changes Singapore have rung in have all worked for them, and they'll be hoping that this one does as well. A bit of breeze blowing here. You can see from the players' clothing. It's a nice gentle breeze. That'll keep them cool under these hot and humid conditions at the KTJ Oval. 2 straight. Good reactions there from the skipper in slip. Naik has been excellent with the ball, excellent with his decisions as well in terms of field placement and bowling changes. Swarit Thakur comes into the attack, right arm off spin. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Charlie Harahense. And he's gone big, he's gone over mid-on. The invitation was there. Charlie Harahense obliges and picks up his second maximum of the day. Well, this shouldn't bother Singapore too much. It should actually encourage them. They want Charlie to play a few shots because they know, well, attacking stroke play comes with its own risk, or risks rather, and well, he's going against the turn. It's a good shot, yes. Because Swarit Thakur is not looking to give the ball any flight. He's firing it through. And as a result, it's not turning away from the left-handed Charlie, who's read that pretty well, and he's decided to go leg side. But now it's the right-handed Skyler on strike. Swarit Thakur is in his first over, so we'll give him a bit of time, see if he can settle into a rhythm. And in his fourth delivery, it appears he has. Not much turn for Thakur compared to his predecessor. Keeping the line just outside the stumps, the off stump. End of the 23rd over. Japan just working themselves to 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's a good partnership between Skylar Nakayama and Charlie Harahenze, the skipper from Japan. It's worth 41 runs of 77 deliveries. Well, looks like we have a change in bowling, more leg spin. He's given from his warm-up action. We'll take a closer look. Oh, he's swept that. And he swept it well. Not quite timed. Ahan Wutandam. I think it looks like off spin. Still a slip in place. He's got to keep it in line with off stump. Much better. Much better from him. He's going around the wicket, but he's cutting through. So different angle for Charlie to work with. And I like this from Utandam. If he doesn't get the ball to turn, it's targeting the off stump. If it does turn, it's bringing in the outside edge. And this one, just too straight. He hasn't got a fine leg in place. So a couple of runs for Charlie Hinze. Yet again amongst the runs for Japan. He's had good support from Skylar Nakayama. 16 or 54 for Skylar. 35 or 40 for Charlie. It's an important partnership. It's driven through the offside. Not entirely off the middle of the bat. "24 overs gone, 75 for 3. That's where it will continue. Bit off target here. Well, this is a good partnership in that they've not taken too many risks. There was that brief passage of play where a couple of chances were put down. One for Skylar, one for Charlie. And Charlie, his opportunity, perhaps the easier of the two. It was a cotton bowl chance. And since then, these two have put their head down, dug their heels in, and looking to get the job done here for Japan. Cut away nicely through the offside. Singapore will learn that they've got to deal with the passage of play that is at hand. They might have gotten off to a good start, but at the moment, these two batters, they perhaps are looking very comfortable. Thakur not able to get as much purchase off the wicket. Well, the spin combination of Akash Teja and Yuvan Pandey, that is been replaced by Swarit Thakur and Ahan Utandam. I have to say was a bit more effective in terms of the areas and the amount of turn that they were getting. And Thakur and Utandam just bowling 3 overs amongst themselves. So we'll have to give them a bit more time to see how effective they can be and if they can indeed influence this game. At the moment, Skylar and Charlie doing the job well. Keeping it simple, just nudging those singles. We spoke about this. Japan ran into some trouble early, losing those 3 wickets. And there's this partnership that is slowly starting to take Japan into a position of safety. 80 for 3, not quite out of the woods yet. Another wicket here will open the door once again for Singapore. So Skylar and Charlie will have to be aware of that. I'm sure they are. Choosing to go around the wicket to the right-hander as well. Just a different kind of spinner is Utandam. So far, the 3 deliveries to Skylar. He's looked to angle it away and across him. This one goes a lot straighter. So good changes, good variations, good plans from Utandam. Flighted in full. Skylar, sensible batting from him. End of 26 overs, 81 for 3. Well, the 8th bowler to be introduced in the 27th over. So Singapore going through the changes. It's Arav with some left arm spin. Arav Agarwal. Well, we've seen already from Charlie, if there's not much spin on offer, he'll go leg side. Good looking wrists on that shot. But looking for a single. Gets it. And works his way to 40 or 47. It's been another good knock from Shalihara Hinsei, the skipper of Japan. There's that turn that we're talking about. And, Skylar Nakayama just doing some gardening there. Well, credits to Skylar Nakayama and Charlie Hinsei. They've done exceptionally well to get to this point. 83 for 3 after 27 overs. The tandem will continue. That's pulled away into the leg side. There is protection. Well, these two sides, whoever wins this gets the 2 points, and it'll take them to second place in Group A. These two teams also have a game in hand. And, all possibilities come into play if the points are tied. Run rate will matter. But at the moment, this partnership necessary. It's the need of the hour. They needs to get Japan at least to that, let's say, 38th, 39th, even the 40th over mark. And if they can keep wickets in hand, well, Charlie, the skipper from Japan, can play the big shots. Have not seen Skylar Nakayama yet take on the bowling. His role currently requiring him to just stay in there with the skipper, keep rotating strike. As Charlie looks to also pick up the singles, but more likely to find the boundary than Skylar Nakayama. There's 2 runs coming off that Watandam over. 28 overs gone, 85 for 3. Arav Agarwal. It's a lot slower, a bit more tempting. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge of Skylar Nakayama, who managed to keep his back foot grounded behind the crease. A sweep shot, not able to get it through the leg side.
Bandage.
Things have been moving along very quietly here. Just seems like Singapore have accepted the fact that this partnership is going to continue. I'd like to see Akash Teja and Yuvan Pandey come back for another spell. Those two seem to get the most out of this surface. Thakur, Vuthandam and Agarwal have not been able to produce the amount of turn that those two were able to do. They've still got a slip in place. Backward point, catching gully as well. Oh, looking to cut this one, under edging it. Just a single. With Tandem, you can see the angle with which he's operating and not looking to turn the ball much. Just targeting the stumps. Skylar Nakayama and Charlie Hinze from Japan quite happy to just pick up singles. Straight to mid off. No run. Another dot ball. At some point, Singapore will take a look at the changes that they brought about. Yes, they've occasionally had an event or two with the bowlers currently in operation, but this partnership has just about rendered them ineffective. They seem to be managing whatever Vuthandam, Arav Agarwal and Swarit Thakur seem to be throwing their way. "30 overs gone, Japan are 88 for 3. Arav Agarwal will continue. He's been very economical. 2 overs, just the 3 runs conceded. Beat the outside edge of Skylar in the previous over. This one drops it short. And while Charlie Hinze has freed his arms and picked up another timely boundary. Score moves into the 90s here for Japan, 92 for 3. The ball is 30 overs old. And, might not even be a bad ploy to bring on one of the medium pacers. See if they can get the ball to reverse a little bit. Full. Charlie drills it down the ground. Drops another one shot, which Skylar Nakayama hits into the leg side, and he'll pick up another boundary. And it'll take him to 26 of 81 deliveries. And it's a good partnership. Credit to both Skylar and Charlie. There's some fluids brought out. They spent quite a bit of time out there, these two. This pair worth 68 of 125 deliveries. It's a partnership that's hurt Singapore. Mind you, Skylar and Charlie, both of them were dropped in consecutive overs. Skylar first, and then Charlie. So since then, they've made the most of the chances. And again, I will say a wicket here will change things. This is an important partnership between these two. Singapore will know it. Japan definitely know it. Charlie, who's on strike now, currently batting on 47 of 57 deliveries. He's cut that one away. They're running hard, and it also runs away for a boundary. And with it, he will acknowledge the dugout, the applause coming from it. It's a well-constructed half-century for the skipper from Japan, Charlie Harahinze. Very subdued celebration, just acknowledging his teammates. And well, he knows there's a lot more work to be done. 100 as well coming up with that boundary. Right back on it. Japan competing for the first time in the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup of 2025. They weren't there in the 23 edition. They started their campaign off in fine style with a huge win against Bhutan, then got steamrolled by Nepal. And here they are. After winning the toss against Singapore, choosing to bat first, they lost 3 early wickets. And then a brilliant partnership between Charlie Harahinze and Skylar Nakayama. That is worth 72 of 131. Third wicket falling with the score just on 29, that of Monty Harahinze. Since then, well, Japan have had to toil away with this partnership, and it's caused a change in bowling in the 33rd over. Singapore have turned back to their pacers. There's a nice breeze blowing at the KTJ from left to right of your screens. Full and straight, worked into the leg side. Final leg will run around, keep it to just 2. Vedansh Gupta had a good spell before this. 4 overs, 1 for 2 with 2 maidens. It's driven through the offside. It's in the gap. It's running away. They will get to the boundary. So the pace on, working in favour of Skylar Nakayama and Japan. And just a touch too full from Vedansh Gupta. That's a much better length. He's coming back into the attack after quite a bit of a break. So it will take him a couple of deliveries to get into the rhythm. And that's another thing the bowlers will learn, is to stay ready. 50 overs allows you a bit more time to get into a groove, get into a rhythm. But the best of bowlers, they are ready before they bowl their first ball, and they're able to run in with all cylinders firing. There's no warm-up deliveries. These are testing conditions even for the fittest of players here in Malaysia. Hot, humid conditions. Talked about that breeze that's blowing across the KTJ Oval. Ooh, that is a very good delivery from Vedansh Gupta. Vedansh Gupta from Singapore, 4.5 overs, 1 for 8. A little expensive in his comeback spell. Skylar Nakayama taking him for a boundary through covers. And this time clipping it off his pads. It will be a single. There is protection. .33 overs gone. Japan 107 for 3. Yuvan Pandey Coming back for his 6th. A bit too straight on that occasion, but still a good delivery. Oh, Singapore turning back to the options that we discussed a little while earlier. They've got just under 16 overs to go. They've got plenty of options. 10 of those could be bowled by Akash Teja and Yuvan Pandey. And a misfield there, allowing that single. Singapore have been excellent up to this point. Yes, they've had a couple of drop chances. And they've got to understand that this is the phase of the game that will determine which team takes the momentum into the innings break. A good last 15 overs will ensure that Singapore take that momentum into the break with them when they come out to bat. And the total that they'll be chasing, and Japan will know exactly the case as they look to switch through the gears. And switch through the gears in fine style. A slog sweep against the turn. It's gone all the way for a 3rd maximum for Charlie. He's timed his aggression to perfection here. Picking up boundaries and 6s. Just the right time. 3 6s, 4 4s in this innings of 57 for Charlie. The 64 deliveries. Pretty healthy strike rate given the situation. And the run rate at which Japan have been scoring. Slowly getting close to that 4 runs per over mark. That'll be an extra. Singapore have bowled pretty well. Just the 7 extras till this point. Yuvan Pandey wraps up his 6th, 19 runs conceded by him from 6. 34 overs gone, 116 for 3. They've gone back to Vedansh Gupta. I think this will be a short spell for him. Perhaps just a couple of overs, maybe even 3. 1 for 9. Still some pretty good figures this. And for the tall fast bowler from Singapore. Picked up 4 in his previous game. Pretty low scoring game that. Singapore beat Indonesia. Ooh, bit of shape there, bit of movement. So there is a little bit of assistance here in terms of swing. Getting that ball to shape away. Changing the angles up on Charlie. Going around the wicket. What's Charlie going to do here? Straight to Rian, who takes a shot at the stumps, concedes the overthrow. Watchfully played from Skylar Nakayama. Clipped off the pads. Charlie continues his labouring innings. It's been a good one. 59 of 68 for him so far. And, credit must also be given to Skylar Nakayama, who's been out there for 93 deliveries, humping Charlie Harahinze. And Skylar on 36 at the moment. It's a good partnership, 120 for 3. 35 overs have been bowled.
Arepa! Hey, Usmana!
Another single picked up. And Charlie gets into the 60s.
داسې چل وکړه که نه د ټیم والا ډبونه یو بوتل اوبه راواله یخ یم
To cut that one, a play and a miss.
کومه کې
Pandey also bowled pretty well into his 7th over here for the day. 21 runs without a wicket. Charlie just holding up play here. So he was pointing to that fielder at long on, said he wasn't in position, and then puts it right in between long on and mid wicket to pick up another boundary. So the slog sweep being very effective here for Charlie against the off spin of Pandey. Well, the score moving along nicely now. 126 for 3 after 36. Japan will want to get to at least in excess of 220. They've got 14 overs to go. They've got 7 wickets in hand, and they've got 2 pretty set batters. Charlie, who's striking at close to 100, 64 of 70 for him. Skylar Nakayama gets a juicy full toss. Not able to put it away, just getting a single off it. And Nakash Teja. I just feel Yuan Pandey and Nakash Teja, they'd created those consecutive opportunities, drop catches from Skylar and Charlie, and both were taken out of the attack. Perhaps they could have had another over or 2 at that stage, but they've been brought back now. But these 2 batters in very different frame of mind. Back then they were looking to survive and navigate that passage of play. They've done that exceptionally well. And they're currently now looking to just switch gears and try and pick up a few more runs, which will make things a little bit more difficult for the bowlers. It will be 4 overs of, well, including this one, a regulation play, which is 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and the last 10, and there'll be 5, which is the bowling power play. So a bit more protection for the bowlers. That means a few more gaps in the infield. And it's a pitched up delivery. Skylar Nakayama knocking it down to long on. It just feels like Singapore now. They're going through the motions, trying to bowl out the 50 overs for as few runs as possible. Oh, that is a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. Another one from Charlie. It was hit back hard. It was pitched up first and foremost, wide of Charlie, who's looking to go leg side. In fact, even straight on that occasion, cueing it straight to the bowler. And Akash Teja spilling that one. It was a tough chance. Well, Charlie's been lucky on a couple of occasions. This time, he smashes it off the middle of the bat. Much more in control of that one. And very good looking boundary from the skipper of Japan, Charlie Harahinze. He's taken himself on to 69. 37 overs have been bowled. Japan 133 for 3. Well, the change almost working for Singapore, but the chance needs to be taken for it to count. Unfortunately for Singapore, 3 drop chances means that this partnership continues. And Japan would absolutely be delighted about that drop chance. They don't want to see Charlie back in the dugout. They want him out there in the middle for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Skylar Nakayama takes a full toll of a juicy full toss. He's had a couple in the past which he hasn't put away, just managed to work this for a single. On this occasion, picks up the boundary. And both these batters now looking to get a move on. This one just slowed down a bit from Ahan Wutandam. Wutandam, who's not looked to spin the ball back too much, likes to angle it across. Has been pretty economical in his sixth over. Just 19, one delivery to go in his sixth. The catching now a cause for concern for Singapore. I've seen everybody drops catches, but in big games like this, you want your fielders, your bowlers to hold on to even half chances. Beats the outside edge, wraps up the 38th over. Score for Japan 137 for 3. Well, they've turned back to some pace here in the 39th over. Which is why both the batters have asked for helmets. And that second drinks break will be around the corner. Kapish Venkatraman, who's picked up 1 wicket today. For 22, he's in his fifth over. Another bowler who I thought could have perhaps bowled another over or two. He's getting the ball to come back in very nicely. But full marks to this partnership from Charlie Harahinze, the skipper of Japan, and Skylar Nakayama. Oh, change of pace there. Good mix up from Kapish Venkatraman. He's keeping Charlie guessing. Given the line that Kapish is operating on, Charlie will be tempted to go leg side. As the scoring ability all round the ground, on the offside and on the leg side. And he goes leg side. There's a lovely pickup shot there. And umpire Sanjay from Nepal, with his arms raised, signals another 6 for Charlie Hinze. He's now motoring along nicely. 75 of 78. getting his strike rate back close to 100, which has been very impressive given the position that Japan have been in this first innings. Another one that is back of a length. It's just clipped off the hips. And well, at the start of the innings, you saw the body language from Singapore. It was positive. It was encouraging. Now it's starting to look a lot like panic. They'll know that this partnership, the longer it goes on, it takes Japan. We spoke about this, into a position of safety. Now they're very quickly moving into a position of strength. Change of pace. And too far outside the off stump. Well, pressure is a funny thing. It is of our own creation, and yet we find ourselves subject to it. And this is what the youngsters will have to learn, focusing on the things that they can control. End of the 39th over, 145 for 3. Well, drinks have been had, and no doubt both these teams will have sent out messages in those drinks breaks as Charlie cuts that one away for a single. 11 overs to go for Japan. What can they get to here from here? And they'll be eyeing 220, at least in excess of 220 here. It's 74 runs away. And, well, it's been a top partnership from this pair. They came together when the third wicket fell at 29. And since then, Skylar Nakayama, who's had most of the strike, has done his job of holding up one end. Meanwhile, Charlie from the other end, well, you have to say he's played a captain's knock here, 76 of 79. It's an impressive strike rate he's managed to maintain. And taken on the bowling occasionally. He's hit a few sixes and a few fours. There was a passage of play where the scoreboard was not going anywhere. And they sustained the pressure. They absorbed it. And was at the end of the power play, around the 10th, 11th over. They were given a bit of breathing room with the gaps opening up in the inner ring. Nudged the ball around, built a partnership, took Japan out of trouble. Heading into the final phase of this innings. Well, they have 7 wickets in hand. And a lot will come down to what Charlie Harahinze does from here. If they can get up to 220, it'll be mostly because he's able to find the boundaries. And Skylar Nakayama will not look to do too much different. Although he'll look to try and find the boundary himself. But as long as he's got his skipper at the other end, his job will predominantly be to get him back on strike, which he has done to great effect up until this point. But Japan find themselves in a position where they can launch from. So top effort from these two batters. Singapore have turned to Kapish to try and break this partnership. Oh, use of the feet, and he comes down. Doesn't even bother to look back at the umpire. Charlie, after a brilliant knock of 76 of 80 deliveries, trying to aggress, trying to find the boundary, has fallen. And credit to Kapish for keeping this ball just wide of Charlie, looking to drive through his favoured offside, only managing to nick it straight into Arun's gloves, who makes no mistake there. Singapore have picked up a very important wicket. 4 down now, just as they were looking to finish this innings or take this position that they've gotten themselves into a good first innings total. Not to be for Japan and Charlie, but a top knock from the young lad from Japan. 76 of 80 deliveries for him. Out walks another one of the Hinze boys, Gabihara Hinze. Well, Singapore have picked up wickets at crucial moments. Mind you, this partnership, or the previous partnership between Charlie and Skylar, 3 catches were dropped. 2 of Charlie, 1 of Skylar. But Singapore have done well to stay in the game, and they've continued to persist. They've continued to apply pressure. Watchful from Gabby on his first delivery. Kapish with figures of 2 for 30. Oh, he's gone down the ground. As he got hold of it, he's got all of it as he picks up his first boundary and gets off the mark in style. So good intent shown here very early on from Gabihara Hinze. Ooh, edges that one. And, well, it was a big deflection off the outside edge. And the fifth wicket falls for Japan. Singapore celebrate. Just back of a length from Kapish. Gets that ball to angle in. Finds the outside edge. And, well, wicket number 5 falls for Japan with the score on 149. Kapish has picked up 3. Luke Minard walks out to the centre. Well, that partnership from Skylar and Charlie was excellent. But on either side of that partnership, Japan have lost wickets in clusters. 3 falling before that partnership, 2 falling now. That of Charlie and Gabihara Hinze. This is good bowling from Kapish Venkatraman. Well, Singapore will do and be very happy if they can keep Japan under 180. Japan will be pleased to some extent if they can get above 200. And, well, he's picked up 3 in the over. Kapish Venkatraman turning this game on its head. And Luke Minard, his visit out to the centre does not last very long. Kapish has stayed in business by keeping that ball targeting the stumps. And a very simple decision for the umpire. Finger goes up almost instantaneously. And Singapore back to the ways that they started in. And that huddle looking a lot more livelier. It wasn't the case when that partnership was building between Skylar, who's watched 3 batters come and go. First of which was his skipper, Charlie. And then it was Gabihara Hinze. Last of the batters, Luke Minard. So Going back to the partnership, 3 wickets falling before that partnership started, 3 wickets falling after that partnership. And well, and Japan are now 6 down, and they're going to need another partnership here to get them close to 200. All that hard work has quickly dwindled away. Credit to Singapore for fighting their way back into this game. Pandey, there's that man responsible for the damage. Kapish picking up 3 wickets in that over. 150 coming up for Japan. Yuvan Pandey, who's bowled well economically, 26 in his 8th over here. Yet to pick up a wicket. He'd love to get a wicket to his name. And Japan in danger of being bowled out here. They've only got 4 wickets in hand. Ooh, beats the outside edge. Ishan Lal. Oh, he's got the outside edge, has he? Yes, he has. And, well, he's looking at the leg umpire, but he's not been given out stumped. He's been given out caught behind. But I'm sorry, young man, you have to begin the walk back. The keeper was very certain that that found the outside edge. Take a look at this. Everybody, the bowler, the slip fielder, they were looking at the leg umpire for a bit, but Ishan Lal has to walk back on a duck. 4 wickets falling for Japan, and all the hard work done in the middle phase by Skylar Nakayama and skipper Charlie Hindley coming undone in the space of a couple of overs. The Singapore right back in this game. Yuvan Pandey, who was searching for his first wicket, has managed to find it. Both these teams going at each other. And if you're wondering why, that's because a win here for either of these teams will see them move into that second spot, which is currently held by Japan. Both these teams even on points. They've played 2 games, won 1, lost 1. So a win here will take them to that second place. And why that's important is because the top 2 teams from each group go on to play the semi-finals, and well, both these sides want it desperately at the moment. Just do a quick recap of what happened. Japan won the toss. They chose to bat, lost 3 wickets early on. And then there was that brilliant partnership between the skipper of Japan, Charlie Hindley, and Skylar Nakayama, who's currently on strike. And at the fall of Charlie's wicket, which ended that brilliant partnership, 3 wickets have also fallen after, 4 in total on the back end of that partnership. Well, Back and forth, back and forth. The pendulum has swung yet again, this time in favor of Singapore. Kapish looks to go full and straight. It's some aggression shown by Skylar Nakayama. And they'll pick up a couple. Skylar will keep strike. He has to. He's the set batter. Plays that into the leg side. Pulled back just inside the boundary. Well, Skylar's got to go here. He doesn't have too much in terms of batting partners at the other end. Drives that through the offside, but straight to the cover fielder, Miduri. Well, Kapish Venkataraman has impressed. 4 for 37. He's in his 7th over. He's bowled an immaculate line and length. Has gone for a few runs. But as a bowler, the ability to pick up wickets is easily your most prized possession. He's done that well here. Oof, beats the outside edge. That's better thought for Skylar Nakayama. 46 of 116 deliveries. He's been out there for quite some time. And well, he's one hit away from reaching his personal milestone. Angling into the pads. He's looking at Tiger at the non-striker's end for the call. He needs to keep strike for the remainder of these overs. Oh, he's gone big, leg side. Has he got hold of this? There is protection. And yes, he has. And brings up his 50 in fine style. There's Skylar Nakayama. Much deserved, well deserved applause from his teammates. And they know how valuable this knock is in terms of posting a good first innings total. The partnership looked like it was going to take them in excess of 200, perhaps 220 plus. And then Singapore fighting back well, picking up 4 wickets. The 4th wicket falling on 145. And, well, they find themselves 157 for 7 with 7 overs to go in the first innings. 4 of those 7 wickets picked up by Kapish Venkataraman from his 7 overs. Yuvan Pandey will continue. Well, Tiger at the moment on strike has one job, and that is to get Skylar Nakayama back on strike. And if he can't do that, just hold up one end. Oh, that one a bit quicker, back of a length from Yuvan Pandey. He's done that well in his spell of 8.2 overs, 3 overs, beg your pardon. 1 for 26. Slows this one. Skylar Nakayama looking to get on strike. He's got to be a bit patient here. Tiger, who's just been out there for the 5 deliveries, is fairly new to the crease. And, well, they go through for a quick single. Not sure if that was the right call. Tiger, who can handle himself against the spin, brings Skylar back on strike for the final delivery of the 44th over. And Skylar will want to get back on strike by taking a single here. Can Japan tighten the field, prevent him from doing that? Plays this uppishly, an almost nothing shot that brings a wonderful innings, almost anticlimactic there from Skylar Nakayama. He has to depart with his score on 50. And the 8th wicket falls for Japan. Singapore will celebrate on 158. They're pulling things back nicely here. Juto ball, who came out to bat against Nepal. Not known for his big hitting, but can definitely hold up one end. "44 overs gone, 158 for 8. The last of the batters to depart, Skylar Nakayama. It was a labouring innings from him. 119 deliveries for his 50 runs. Well, Singapore just need 2 more wickets to wrap things up here in the first innings. They've come back well. For a moment, when that partnership was happening between Charlie Harahinse and Skylar Nakayama, you felt that Singapore were chasing the game a bit there. But once they got the skipper of Japan, they've regained full control of this game. Can they finish well here? Vedansh Gupta being introduced. Starts with one down the pads. Work to do for the final leg fielder. Does well. Puts in the dive. Saves a couple of runs. It's going to all add up in the end. Umpire just checking. He's happy with the effort. Leg byes signalled in the end. Oh, beats the outside edge. Awfully close to the outside of the off stump. Vedansh Gupta, just 1 for 13 from his 6.2 overs, has been pretty miserly with his economy rate. Four wickets falling for 15 runs here for Japan. Playing a miss. Well, just 3 batters managing to get to double figures. It was Hugo Kelly at the top of the order. And then the skipper, Charlie Harahinse, got to a brilliant 76 of 80 deliveries before he was dismissed. And then Skylar Nakayama, the wicketkeeper batter for Japan, getting to 50. And then The next highest is the extras, wides and two left. So the batting lineup for Japan coming under some pressure in the last couple of games. They looked very good against Bhutan in their opening fixture. Drives this very nicely through the offside. They're pushing that first one hard. They'll come back for two. And they can save their legs because that ball has just crossed the boundary. So Tiger with a very good looking shot to close out the 45th over. These are important runs here towards the tail end of this innings. And Japan are 164 for 8. Looking to wrap things up here. Juto ball not able to block that one out. Goes through the gate, perhaps even the outside edge, and disturbs the furniture. Played a good knock against Nepal. Not in terms of runs, but he managed to hold his end for quite some time in the previous game. This time not able to do that. 9 down now in the 46th over with a score on 164. Riku Tanaka, the last of the batters for Japan, will make his way out to the middle. Singapore will be looking to wrap things up here without conceding too many runs. Yuvan Pandey bowling his final over of the day. Excellent figures of 3 for 27 for him. And goes through the gate yet again. Riku Tanaka not able to block that one out as well. So 4 for Yuvan Pandey in a very important game for both these teams. And this is how he got there. 4 for 27, bowling one full and straight. You miss, I hit. The simplest bowling plan there has ever been. Japan have been bundled out for 164, well inside their allotted 50 overs. And there's this summary of the first innings. Charlie Harahinse and Skylar Nakayama, the mainstay batters for Japan, that allowed them to get to 164. 76 of 80 deliveries for Charlie. Skylar getting to 50 of 119. Hugo Kelly, the opening batter, 11 of 18. And Monty Harahinse, 6 of 21. Well, no other batter getting to double figures, which has made this first innings total something that Singapore will be very happy with. Being happy with, they will also enjoy this bowling spell from their bowlers. Yuvan Pandey finishing with figures of 4 for 27 from 9.2 overs. Kapish Venkatraman, who I thought bowled brilliantly, 4 for 41 from his 7. The skipper Rian Naik chipping in with a wicket of his own, 1 for 12 from his 4. Vedansh Gupta, economical, picking up a wicket, 1 for 17 from his 7. And so when we come back from the break, Singapore will be counting themselves well and truly in this game, chasing 165 for those invaluable 2 points. We'll take a short break here in the Combox. I'm Bobby Renner saying we'll see you on the other side of this run chase. Ready to rock and roll. Back to the second innings and the run chase of an all-important match between Japan and Singapore. Japan won the toss, chose to bat, put on 164 on the board after a good fourth wicket partnership. And here they are trying to restrict Singapore inside that target. Singapore have started well. There have been a few exciting moments already in this first over from Kobayashi. And the wicketkeeper for Singapore, Rohan Austin, and Ahan Butandam opening the innings for Singapore in this run chase. Beg your pardon, 166 the target. Well, you can count on Japan for being lively in the field, very aggressive fielding side, very good fielding side as well. And well, they perhaps didn't get as many as they would have liked in that first innings, but they've got 165 on the board. Is it going to be enough? Or are Singapore going to cruise past this total? A lot is at stake here. That's second place in Group A up for grabs for one of these teams. Both these teams currently placed at 2 points apiece. Nepal in first place, and well, Japan at the moment in second. It's a short pitch delivery, and it's worked away nicely by Watandam for the first boundary of this over. Good looking shot that. Another short delivery just wide of that fielder. And will be pulled back, but not before the batters run 3. So Singapore looking to make full use of the field restrictions in this first 10 overs of the batting power play. I have to say it is the right way to go. 166, it's a tricky target, but if you can get yourself off to a good start in the run chase, even if you lose a couple of wickets, but if you can get 50, 60 runs off the first 10 overs, it sets you up nicely for the rest of the run chase. Japan, on the other hand, can't afford too many extras. Well, choosing to keep it short. Singaporean batters, in particular Ahan Utandam, taking a liking to the short stuff, bringing up the second boundary in the over. It's an excellent start from Singapore, setting the tempo of this run chase quite early. Oh, this is better, much better from Monty. Coming left arm over the wicket. Cuts that one away, beats the fielder. There is protection on the boundary. Who bangs that one in short as well. It's wide for height. Monty Harahinze looking to bowl the short ball to both these batters. It's a deliberate ploy. Singapore have already got themselves to 20. Oh, this one pitching outside, hitting outside. End of the over. Good one for Singapore. 2 overs gone, 20 without loss. Oh, Japan need to pick up wickets early here. Oh, they've gone up. More optimistic than anything. There's a good delivery nonetheless from Kobayashi. Well, Japan have opted to stay back of a length with the new ball. And Singapore have taken a liking to the short stuff. A much better delivery from Kobayashi. A 3/4 length is the way to go on this surface, especially with the new ball. It's not the first time that Kobayashi has been have a word with from the umpire, just telling him to stay off the danger area. Oh, that's cut away, and it's been put down. Well, looked like a chance. It's up in the air for some time. Fielder just not able to sight that one from the looks of it. Well, good intent shown on by both these batters from Singapore. Rohan, Austin, Arun, the wicketkeeper. And at the non-strikers, it's non-striker end, it's Ahan Utandam. A previous over from Monty, who decided to go short and bowl some bouncers. Utandam picking up a couple of boundaries. And once again looking to pull, and a brilliant catch taken. That's Tiger. who's absolutely pumped, and so are the rest of the players from Japan. All come running in because it was a phenomenal effort in the field to complete that catch. It was dying on him. First up, it was banged in just back of a length, diving forward and completing that catch. Japan have struck early, 22 for one delivery to go in the third over. As they see the back of Ahan Utandam. 11 of 9 for him. He'll play no further part in this run chase. That wraps up the third over as well. Wicket coming off the final delivery. 22 for 1 after 3. Pranad Ishan Meduri is the new batter. Both these teams will have one more game after this. And this is their third match in Group A. Go back to the format of the tournament if you're just tuning in. 10 teams participating, competing in the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup of 2025, in which there are two groups with 5 teams apiece, and each team gets to play 4 games in the league stages, in the group stages. Japan have played 2, won 1, lost 1. Same's the equation for Singapore. This is their third game. And that is back-to-back wickets. He's absolutely distraught with himself. And Charlie, after a brilliant knock with the bat, is doing it again with the ball for Japan. A champion player. Take a look at this. It wasn't the best of deliveries. Full toss, hit straight back, hit well enough, but a brilliant reflex catch from the skipper of Japan, leading from the front yet again. And you could just see from the reactions what it means to both these teams. Ron Austin, as soon as he hit that straight back to Charlie Austin, absolutely angered with himself. That reaction of hitting the bat on the ground. He was seeing the ball well. Played some good shots for his 9 of 9. And 2 down for the score on 22. Well, Japan have definitely made this run chase a whole lot more interesting. Singapore would have been hoping that they could navigate this new ball in this first 10 overs without too many hiccups. Similar starts to both these teams. Mind you, Japan were 29 for 3 when that partnership between the man in the center of your screen is the wicketkeeper, and Charlie, the man with the ball. Oof. Charlie has got plenty of variations. He can get the ball to turn away. He can get the ball to angle in and target the stumps. And make no mistake, these Japanese fielders, they're going to be all up in the batter's face and ears. This skipper from Singapore, I've told you this in the first innings, I'll say it again. It is my favorite contest on a cricket pitch, captain versus captain. We saw Charlie Narahinze when Rian Naik was bowling. And now the roles are reversed. Charlie with the ball, Naik with the bat. Quick single, he gets off the mark. Just 144 more runs required. It's not that many. Singapore have stumbled out of the blocks after they got off to a very good start in the first couple of overs. They were 20 without loss for two. After two, rather. And a couple of quick wickets. The first one coming from Kobayashi. Second one, a brilliant reflex catch from Charlie. Successful over completed, 1 for 1 from 1 for Charlie. 4 overs gone in this run chase. Singapore 23 for 2. Well, Japan wasting no time in turning to their spinners, who've been able to extract a bit more turn than anybody else at the KTJ Oval. And they figured out just the right pace to bowl on this surface. Hugo Kelly with the ball at the moment. And Pranad Ishan. Beg your pardon. It's the skipper, Rian Nayak. Takes a single off the first delivery. Brings Pranad Ishan on strike, who's yet to get off the mark. Hugo Kelly in the first innings was the only other batter from Japan. Beg your pardon. Only the third batter from Japan to get to double digits. He got to 11 of 18. And, well, he'll be looking for some redemption here with the ball. Flights it full. And Pranad Ishan yet to get off the mark. So Hugo Kelly will tempt him with a few flighted deliveries. Well, going back to the surface, it's been a good surface. It's had a bit for everybody, the pacers, the spinners, and it's also a very good batting track. So credit to the groundsman and Malaysian cricket for setting up a stage where these two teams are competing not just on skill but on will and character. It's going to come down to who wants it more. And talk about the momentum and the pendulum, how it swung from one side to another. In the first innings, Japan winning the toss, choosing to bat, losing 3 wickets with a score on 29. Then a brilliant partnership between Charlie and Skylar for the 4th wicket. And Charlie getting to 77 of 81. Skylar Nakayama getting to 50 of 119. And that partnership was worth 117 for the 4th wicket of 180 deliveries. So time and runs. And then after the wicket of Charlie, Japan just could not get any momentum going. Singapore bundling them out on 165. Went into the innings break feeling very good. Walked out to bat in the first couple of overs. They were 20 without loss. And then Japan, courtesy of Kobayashi and Charlie, picking up 2 wickets. And they've put Singapore right back on the ropes. So going back and forth, back and forth. It's exciting stuff here at the under 16 level. And these players are going to be so much better for it from the experience. Beats the outside edge. Speaking of experience, Charlie Harahinze has got plenty of it at this early age. Plays for the senior men's team as well. He'll carry all that wealth of experience into the age group levels. And you can just see the variations he's got. And bowling left arm around the wicket. Always targeting the stumps. Another good over for him. 6 overs gone, 26 for 2. Oh, has he bowled the leg spinner on this one? Has Hugo Kelly. And he's varying it up nicely. And this one's going to be the quicker one, given the signal he just gave to Skylar. Nope, it's the flighted off spinner. So Japan looking to build pressure on this pair. Oh, inviting the drive. Pranadishan's got to be a little careful. He'll be playing that shot against the spin. Not as much turn for Hugo Kelly as Charlie is getting from the other end. Oh, that was, judging from the reactions, not far off from the fielder. I reckon it's not going to be a bad ploy if they decide to bring the fast bowlers on from both ends for a couple of overs. And the follow through will definitely scuff up that outside the off region for the spinners. And looking to go big. It's been put down. Ishan Lal. Well, Japan now spilling a couple of chances. We saw that in the partnership of Charlie and Skylar. And that pair was put down 3 times, twice for Charlie, once for Skylar. Oh, catching, and definitely an area for improvement for both these teams. Hugo Kelly will feel a bit unlucky here. He's built the pressure up. Unfortunately, wicketless after his second over. Should have had one there though. 7 overs gone, 28 for 2. Charlie continuing into his third over. Swept and swept well. Well enough to bring up a boundary from Pranad Ishan Miduri. It's not a bad ball at all from Charlie Harahinze. It's an excellent shot. And the sweep shot, a very good option against spinners. Charlie's got a slip in place, but he's targeting the pads more often than not. And this time beats the batter, beats the keeper, and runs away for 5 wides. I go back to that point I was mentioning earlier. Perhaps time to bring on medium paces for a couple of overs. Do a little bit more to the surface. We know that there's some turn there. And the medium paces will run through in their follow through and give a little bit of rough for the spinners to work with. You see Charlie getting a bit of turn. And this one is the one that just goes through, straight through with the arm. 8 overs completed, 37 for 2. Oh, here you go, Kelly. Who should have had a wicket in his previous over. And Japan have got to be very strategic with their bowling changes. They've got to ensure that they're picking up wickets regularly if they want to try and restrict Singapore under the total that they've set. They can't allow a partnership to build. At the moment, that's exactly what Rian Naik and Pranath Ishan are trying to do. But the intent from these two batters has looked good. Even when defending, they're looking to pick up the singles. And this is picked up beautifully. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Rian Naik counter-punching here. With some good aggressive yet calculated risk-taking. It's full and pitched up. Still inside the power play. But he's gone to his strengths and picked up half a dozen. So a message in a bottle as the ball was being retrieved. And perhaps just advising these two batters to continue not to take too many risks, but continue batting the way they're batting. It's gotten them to 43 for 2. And a full toss from Kelly. Another half a dozen for Rian Nayak. He's not going to change the way he bats, and why should he? Back-to-back sixes. Well, Kobayashi there. Judging from the body language, it was close to being a catch there. Unfortunately for Japan, it's gone all the way for 6. Singapore, 49 for 2, 1 delivery to go in the 9th. It's a good start. We spoke about this early on. Said if they can get to 50 or 60 in the first 10, it'll set them up nicely in the run chase. They've managed 49 already. With that single, they'll get to 50 at the end of the 9th over. That's driven beautifully through the offside. Well fielded as well. But a single will be picked up. And Japan need to break this partnership. Singapore needed to continue. And Charlie will be bowling his 4th over. Looking to get on the front foot. Then deciding to just guide it down to backward a point. Pick up another single. And this is good batting from this pair of Pranadishan and Rian Nayak. Well, Japan should be looking to make a change because Charlie is in his 4th over. Oof. This one very close to the stumps. Hugo Kelly from the other end has, well, he's created opportunities, but he's also conceded runs. It's a luxury that Japan don't have. They've only got 165 on the board. Just pushing out of that one. This partnership is probably going to take a similar shade to that of Charlie and Skylar in the first innings. They've done all the hard work. They've gotten Singapore to a good position. And they'll look to nudge the ball around after this. And the completion of the 10th over, 53 for 2, which is the end of the batting power play. We'll be interested to see if Japan decide to open up the field and how this partnership responds to that. There's the official confirmation, the signal from the umpire. It's the end of the batting power play. Well, Charlie trusting Hugo Kelly with one more over after he was hit for back-to-back sixes by Rian Nayak. Who's batting beautifully on 18 of 22 deliveries. And they've just put a fielder right next to the non-striker. And he's in action straight away. It's Ishan Lal. And we haven't seen with the ball, tall fast bowler from Japan. Makes room, carves it through the offside. Smart batting here from Rian Nayak and Singapore. Japan have got to stay in the fight. They've got to believe that a wicket or two can change things quite drastically. We saw that in the first innings. And despite that beautiful partnership, wickets falling on either side of that partnership. Singapore have lost 2 early wickets, but this partnership has brought them right back in the game. They're maintaining a pretty good run rate. So the number of overs is not going to be too much of a concern, or the time left. They've got plenty of time. And good field placement though. And Tanaka at mid wicket, keeping that down to a dot ball. And worked square of that mid wicket fielder. They'll pick up a single. A good over from Hugo Kelly comes to an end. He's bowled 4, given away 17. Should have had a wicket or two. 55 for 2 after 11. Charlie. He's got to be watchful here with the number of overs he bowls. His spell is going to be crucial to Japan's cause. But he's got a dilemma here. He knows he needs to pick up a wicket. He's into his 5th over. Oh, squares him up. This is brilliant bowling from Charlie. From release, that ball is angling in towards the stumps, then pitches and straightens. Nudged away down to 3rd. He's giving it a lot more air now is Charlie, that he's bowling to Pranadishan. Another single. And these will do very nicely for Singapore, especially off the bowling of Charlie Harahinze. They'll know he's a threat to the Singaporean batting lineup, and if they can just nudge him around, that's a hit upish. There's a fielder there, but not to be for Japan. "12 overs gone, Singapore 58 for 2. This partnership currently worth 36 of 52 deliveries. Change in bowling. And well, they've picked up the third wicket. The change in bowling has worked. They've turned to leg spin. Looks like Gabby who's done the damage, picking up that third wicket. And Japan are right back in this game. Pranadishan Meduri batted well for his 10 of 26. And Japan attacking with the field up. He just chips one up in the air. And the catch was pouched in the end. Well, it will read 58 for 3 shortly. Swarit walking out to join his skipper, Rian Nayak. So very similar to the first innings, where Rian Nayak brought in the changes, and the changes brought about a wicket. Charlie doing the same thing, bringing on the leg spinner, and he struck with his first delivery. This game once again has swung back in favor of Japan. 58 for 3. It's back and forth, back and forth. Every time you think Singapore have done well to build a partnership, and Japan have struck back. This is a poor delivery, dragged down leg side. Unfortunately for Gabby, the batter not getting a hold of it. It'll just be a single. A lot is going to come down to the skipper of Singapore, Rian Nayak. Already seen he likes to go leg side, and he's also got the drives through the offside. So Gabby's going to have to be very accurate here with his length in particular. That's well, that's some shot there from Rian Nayak. He looks a class act. Just a bit too wide. Stayed on his crease and just carved it through the offside. Picked up another boundary as Rian Nayak moves himself along to 24 of 28. Gabby's got to be much tighter on the stumps. He can't afford to give any room to Rian Nayak. Well, that's a full toss. Has he got hold of it? And another catch has been put down. Well, that's Hugo Kelly there. He's had his fair share of bad luck with fielders dropping catches. Now he's the one putting it down. Well, leg spinners have this tendency to bowl a full toss and pick up wickets. This was absolutely no different. In Japan, well, their fielding that has been so good, letting them down here. Rian Nayak, meanwhile, will be thankful to the cricketing gods that he's still out there. So will the Singaporean dugout. His wicket is worth its weight in gold. Well, Gabby, who should have had 2 in the over, will finish it with 1 for 12. That drop catch also going for 6. Rian Nayak has hit 3 sixes already. Well, 70 for 3 after 13. They're chasing 166 for the win, Singapore. Japan will know wickets are the only way back into this game. Rian Nayak and Singapore are giving them the chances, but Japan seem to be spilling them. They've got to stay in the fight. They've got to keep believing. Well, it'll be Hugo Kelly. He dropped the catch down at long on. He'll have to make amends. He'll want to pick up a wicket here. And if possible, that of Rayan Nayak, who's on strike now. And pulls one into the leg side. He's got all of it and then some. Another 6. A phenomenal batting. Yes, he's been a bit fortunate, has Rayan Nayak. As the old saying goes, fortune favours the brave. Hugo Kelly here, just and the length was a bit on the shorter side. Rayan Nayak pouncing back on the back foot, helping himself to another half a dozen. This is flighted and Fuller, driven through the offside, and it's driven well, but straight to the fielder, so it'll just be a single. Action-packed run chase this from Singapore. Japan, well, you've got to feel for them, but the position that they're in is of their own making. They had a couple of opportunities to have the score reading almost 77 for 5, if not for 4. But at the moment, it still reads 77 for 3 as Swarit Thakur watchfully negotiates that one. Flighted, Fuller, they've appealed, but that was awfully close to the off stump as well. There's been a gentle breeze blowing through the KTJ OVAL as that last delivery in the 14th over watchfully dealt with by Thakur. 14 overs gone, 77 for 3. Was a good little partnership this. 19 of 10 deliveries. It's ensured that Singapore are well and truly ahead of the required or the asking rate. And Gabby will continue. He was successful in his first over. Almost had the wicket of Rayan Nayak. Well, don't think he's going to change the way he plays too much, but he'll be a little bit more watchful of Gabby. Full toss to Thakur. They're looking for 2. In the end, they'll get 4. Also, the boys from Japan, at the moment, it looks like they're succumbing to the pressure. This is all to play for here for these two teams. It's much more than just 2 points for the win. This is another wayward delivery. Fortunately for Gabby, it won't cost him much more than a single. Going back to what's at stake here, 2 points for either of these teams. We'll see them take second spot in the group. This is Group A. And Nepal have secured 4 points already. And they've played 2-1-2. Currently in first place, Japan. Currently in second place. And followed by Singapore, who are in third place, just behind on run rate. That's pulled away into the leg side. Straight to the fielder. And going back to the points table. Just checking his shoulder there. So whichever team wins this contest will get to 4 points, just behind Nepal, who've got one more game in hand ahead of these two teams. Singapore have played 2, 1-1, lost 1. So have Japan. "15 overs gone, 84 for 3. The ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup semi-final spot being contested for by both these teams. Earlier in the morning, Singapore winning the toss, Japan winning the toss, and choosing to bat first, making a mess of things, losing 3 early wickets. Then a beautiful partnership, well constructed. Saw them get out of trouble and then right back into it as they lost 4 wickets for almost 15 runs. And they were bundled out for 165. And Singapore in the run chase, they started well, then lost a couple of wickets, and had a small little partnership that got them to a relative safe zone. And then the third wicket fell. But since then, this partnership has also looked very good. It's worth 26 of 16. And almost half the runs on the board coming off the bat of the skipper from Singapore. 41 of 37 for him. Well, this run chase as well, and this innings from Aryan Naik has been blessed with a little bit of fortune. Couple of occasions. Oh, it's spilt again. Has it, given the body language of the bowler and that fielder there at the silly mid-on position? Not really a silly mid-on, but catching mid-on. Just going back to the number of drop chances here, aiding Singapore in this run chase. Japan, well, they continue to create opportunities and they continue to put them down. And they'll be hoping that one of these sticks. And they can break this partnership because it's starting to look very ominous here. And a lot has got to do with the skipper from Singapore, Rian Naik. He's looked in fine touch. Oh, that is a full toss. He looked like he was setting up to go big, then deciding against it. He's got to take it deep here as Rian Naik. Because if he's there for the final 40, 50 runs, Singapore should get there. Meanwhile, Swarit Thakur has looked pretty good out there for a 6 of 13. 6 of 14. Quicker one, pushed through by Gabby. He's bowled well here. He's decided to go after this one. And, well, not able to judge it. Ishan looked very slow to react there. This is a definite chance for Japan. Not off the middle of the bat. Just, well, Ishan Lal. And Japan going to count that as a definite opportunity here. Meanwhile, Rian Nayak continues to just rotate the strike. And he's shifted a gear down, given from where he started. He knows now that he's seen himself and looks pretty set on 43 of 39. He's got to take it all the way to the end. Preferably be there at the end. 88 for 3 after 17. Well, the problem for Charlie, we were talking about this a little earlier, he couldn't continue with his fast bowlers because they were conceding a few runs. And had they bowled a few overs, those rough marks just outside the off stump would have been a bit more pronounced, would have caused the ball to deviate quite a bit more. But because Japan don't have a lot to defend, Charlie had to turn to the spinners. Mind you, Kobayashi picked up the first wicket and then Charlie the second shortly after. And, well, I think Japan don't have a choice here. They've got to have some fielders in and around the bat. And like to see a slip in place. Oh, confusion at the non-striker's end. Luke Minard coming in for some leg spin of his own. There's 78 required now for Singapore. Oh, that is a juicy full toss, which Rian Nayak has put into the wildlife reserve. And I think we might have to get a new ball here. That's gone a long way. A replacement has been found, and action will resume here in the 18th over. Rian Naik on 49, Singapore on 94. He'll cut that away, bring up his 50 in fine style, and he'll raise his bat to the dugout. Well, maybe he won't, because he feels like he's got to see Singapore all the way through. It's been a top knock from the skipper, leading from the front. We saw a similar one from Charlie. Oh, this one is the wrong one. Well executed from Luke Minard, almost getting the better of Swarit Thakur. 18 overs gone, 95 for 3 on the board for Singapore. Oh, Juto ball into the attack. More leg spin. Oof. Good first delivery. Juto ball. Can he spin a web around Singapore? He's getting quite a bit of turn. He's not the tallest of bowlers, and so that'll allow him to flight the ball a little bit more in terms of trajectory. And given the first look of the first couple of deliveries, he's putting some serious revs on this ball. Exciting young talent from Japan. And Juto ball. Just a bit too short on that occasion. Japan can't afford to drop their shoulders. They've got to stay in the fight. We saw how quickly this game can change. That's flighted. Even Rian Naik is happy to just nudge it down to long on and pick up a single. It's a crucial phase. Just before that first drinks, we spoke about how the break can disrupt focus and concentration. Beats the outside edge. It's a brilliant first over from Juto ball, conceding just 3 runs. The over rate from Japan is pretty good because the spinners have been in operation from quite early on. Just 68 runs more required. Oh, that is a loosener. It's going to be a no ball. And, well, not the best of starts. And Swarit Thakur, who's been quietly working his way, 8 of 21 for him, will now have the license to swing for the fences. It's a free hit. And decides to just cut that away. They'll come back for 2. With that, the 100 coming up as well in the previous over. Luke Minard. He's got to pitch the ball in the right area here, in line with the stumps. But this one is the wrong one that goes too far down the legs. He finds the outside edge this time, but no slip in place. Japan, well, they've got to have a slip in place for opportunities like that. Otherwise, they're going to just end up chasing the game. They've got fielders in front of the bat. Now they need somebody in that slip cordon. There is some turn on offer here. That's cut away. Does well. That's Gabihara Hinze there. Cut very nicely. Beats the two fielders. Pick up two. Good effort once again from Ishan Lal this time. Wickets are going to be the only way back for Japan into this game. He's gone after that one. And, well, lands short. So everything going Singapore's way, barring the toss. You've got to feel Japan, well, they're trying everything, but nothing's worked for them. Yes, they have picked up 3 wickets, but they've spilt quite a few chances. More importantly, that of the Singaporean skipper, Rian Naik, who's currently batting on 56 of 51, ably supported by Swarit Thakur, 11 of 24. 20 overs have been bowled, 107 for 3 on the board. Singapore require just 59 more runs as drinks are called on the field. We'll take a short break and come back to you with the rest of this run chase. Well, players making their way back into their positions after the first drinks. Yes, 20 overs have been bowled. That's because Japan have turned to their spinners quite early in this run chase, recognizing the need for wickets. They've created opportunities, and they've also spilt them. So, well, there's still a bit to go in this run chase. And Japan will have to stay in the fight. All they need is for one of these chances to go to hand, and they'll be right back in this game. Rayan Nayak, who's batted beautifully, has been fortunate on more than a couple of occasions, so they'll know that he's giving the chances. They've just got to take one of them. And we spoke about the break, the importance in the passages of play. Just before drinks and slightly after, for the next couple of overs, the batters will have had their focus disturbed slightly by the breakthrough. They're going to have to get back into the groove. And, well, Juto Ball bowls a peach of a delivery, a leg spinner's dream delivery, that is. My word, that is a brilliant delivery from the young Juto Ball. Jubilation and almost a sense of relief from some of the players in Japan. Take a look at that, pitching in line with middle and leg, turning away, clipping off stump. Juto Ball, take a bow, young man. Reminiscent of the late, great Shane Warne. You could bowl those deliveries at will. The fourth wicket down for Singapore with a score on 108. 58 runs remain. And Japan with a boost in energy as they picked up that fourth wicket. And Juto Ball, under 16 bowling. That's getting us here in the comms, thinking of the late great Shane Warne. Oh, this is close as well, and he's cleaned him up. 2 from 2 for Juto Ball. Well, he's having a brilliant day. Well, I'd like to say he's bowled him around his pads, but this was over the pads. And, well, the new batter out there for just one delivery. Japan are right back in it. And it's the young man, Juto Ball, who's spinning the web around Singapore. Meanwhile, the skipper from Singapore, Rayan Nayak, has looked helpless at the non-strikers end. Take a look at this. Pitches it on leg stump. Well, he's looking to sweep. Goes a long way across his stumps. I mean, even if that ball didn't go on to hit the stumps, he would have been adjudged LBW. So, top stuff here from the youngster. Juto Ball, 2 for 4 in his 9 deliveries. Loving this. Chest out, shoulders back, head high. And why not? There's a bit of a half tracker there, and he'll get away with anything at this stage, the way he's bowling. Brilliant stuff from Juto Ball yet again. And just for the aesthetics, if you can just turn that collar up and dye his hair blonde. Brilliant stuff to wrap up his second over. 21 overs gone. 108 for 5. Well, this game, we spoke about it, is an absolute roller coaster. Singapore, with their heads out in front for a very long time, will start to feel the pressure. But as long as they've got their skipper out there, Rayan Nayak, who's batting 57 or 52, both the captains stepping up on this big day here at the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup of 2025. And I think it's time for Charlie to come back into the attack. He's got Juto Ball bowling exceptionally well from one end. And Can they build up some more pressure? They need sustained pressure to do the job. They need bowlers to bowl well from both ends. Well, that's cut away. Work to do. Diving effort. And I think he's good there. And Tanaka as well, tag teaming with his teammate there, pulling that ball back in just inside the boundary rope. Sliding effort. I think he's good. Luke Minard there with the initial chase to pull the ball back in. And Charlie has come back. Well, again, I'll say it again for the umpteenth number of times. Captain versus captain. It's all going down here at the moment. Charlie, after that break from his first spell, struggling a bit with his radar. Otherwise, he's been phenomenal with his bowling, let alone his batting in the first innings. But now all comes down to this. As Rian Naik just works a single down to long on. Well, he's targeting the pads here. Not sure if that's the right way to go for Charlie. Conceding a couple of runs. He's not happy with himself. Well, the batter batting on off stump. It's possibly forcing Charlie to try and effect an LBW, but that's causing him to change his natural line and length, which is pitching on and around or just around off stump, and either getting the ball to spin away or come in with the arm. And this time goes too far wide. Well, the skipper from Japan just struggling a bit here. And this beautiful game is all about comebacks. All he needs is one good delivery. And not quite it. It'll wrap up the 22nd with a score on 115 for 5 for Singapore. Chasing 166 for victory. It's nerve-wracking moments here in this game. Meanwhile, the headliner of this run chase, or trying to stop this run chase of Singapore, is the man with the ball there, a young Juto ball. And carrying on from that conversation in the previous over. Who bowls a full toss on leg stump. It's swept away, but there is protection. And this is good from Japan. They're giving the single away to Rian Naik and trying to target the new batter, Yuvan Pandey. 2-6 for him. He's batting on off stump. He's got to be very careful not to miss anything, and that is in line with the stumps. He's got that front foot outside. Juto ball. Couple of full tosses here to start with. He just needs to settle down and go back to what he did in that first over. And there we go. He's right back on it. We're talking about Juto ball having to dye his hair blonde and just turn that collar up. He'll give a lot of people a second look at their fond memories of the yesteryears. And those of you who know who I'm talking about, well, Juto ball 2 for 6 from his 2.2 for 7 with that wide. just because he's picked up those 2 wickets, even his loose deliveries are not being able to be put away. It's caused a little bit of nervousness with the batters. Ryan Nayak looking to take a chance there. Hits it down too long off. He looks up for the challenge, and there's due to a ball. Oof, that was not too far away. Well, not too sure about this. If the batter was standing in his normal stance, that was very close to clipping the pads. There you go. See that front leg? It's quite a way outside leg stump. Yuvan Pandey. Cuts that one away. Picks up a single. That's the end of the third over from Juto Ball. 2 for 9 for him. I'll tell you what, whoever's going to bowl this next over, and it looks like it's going to be Charlie, he needs to bowl a good tight over, which will force one of these batters to do something different in either Charlie's over or Juto Ball's over, but they've got to build pressure here. They can't leak runs from either end. And, well, even Pandey, who's batting, again, not too sure about this, but on his off stump with his back foot, maybe even outside. His front leg is outside leg stump. Brings it in just as the bowler's releasing the ball. Charlie will be aware of this. He'll look to get angle one in without the spin on it. At the moment, Yuvan Pandey has managed to successfully play out these deliveries. Mind you, something more for Charlie to think about. He's in his 7th over, which means he'll only have 3 more after this. Yuvan Pandey, who's looked very comfortable in defending these deliveries from Charlie Hindze. Oh, that is a flighted delivery, and for the second time in this tournament, Charlie Hindze has bowled a batter around his pads. While 6th wicket down now, Japan piling on the pressure. Singapore have got their skipper out there in the middle still, but take a look at this. Flighted from Charlie Hindze, pitching outside or on leg stump, and he's just walked across his stumps a little too much as Yuvan Pandey looking to sweep, missing it, and well, Charlie Hindze hitting the timber. I'm not too sure about that. Yuvan Pandey was out there for 15 deliveries. 6 down, 121 on the board. 166 is the target. Well, Japan have fought their way back into this game. Charlie's picked up 2, but it was Juto Ball that did the damage. At a point where Japan looked down and out, Singapore firmly in control of the game. And Juto Ball and Charlie Hindze bringing them right back in it. Mind you, it was that partnership as well between the wicketkeeper Skyler and Charlie that allowed Japan to get 165 on the board. And here we are now with Singapore 121 for 6, 1 delivery to go in the 24th. Flighted, tempting, teasing, watchfully left alone by the new batter. And it's a good over. 7 overs from Charlie Inze, 2 for 25. 24 overs gone, 121 for 6. And this next over from a judo ball. He is walking to the top of his mark, hands his cap to the umpire. He's ready. He's up for the challenge. Come on then, Come on then, Juto. Get that collar up. Brilliant delivery to Riyad Nayak, who's found himself at the non-striker's end for the last couple of overs, and this is what we were talking about, building up pressure. Riyad Nayak, who's been off strike for quite some time, now has to refocus. And that is a full toss. He's hit it well, and it's gone a long way. Well, it's causing the spectators there to run for cover. Judo ball shouldn't mind that. If he can get one to land, if he can get one to dip just enough. It's just one ball here for Japan. And if they can pick up Riyad Nayak, who's batting exceptionally well, 68 or 59, another delivery down the leg side. It beats the diving effort of the fielder. Back-to-back runs, boundaries here for Riyad Nayak, a 6 and then a 4. Judo ball, what have you got in store for us? Have you got a comeback delivery? And that's what it's all about. If he can bowl one good delivery here, it'll erase the mistakes. Well, Riyad Naik looking to pull that into the leg side. That was the googly from Juto ball. And this is also hit upish, and it's also cleared the fielder there. That was not very far off. Riyad Nayak continues to find the boundaries, and in style, there's a full toss. The second time this over. Well, 2 maximums and a boundary already. And despite that, in his 4th over, Juto ball 2 for 24. Talking quite a bit about Juto ball as the umpires check the ball for any damages done. And that's because Riyad Nayak is fighting his way and Singapore into this game. Smart batting. He's got the runs for this over and then a next couple. Takes the single, keeps the strike. He needs a lot more of the strike. 136 for 6, halfway now in terms of overs bowled. Singapore, in terms of the run rate, miles ahead. It's the wickets that will create a bit of concern. 6 down. Japan should know that one good ball here could change things. At the moment, Riyad Naik 77 of 63. He's single-handedly keeping Singapore in the game here. Flighted change in bowling. Charlie takes a break. Hugo Kelly will come into the attack for his second spell, or his third rather. Into 7th over, 26 without a wicket. How he'd love to change that. Riyad Nayak, meanwhile, has looked excellent with his style of play and his game through the offside and leg side. Very versatile as a batter. Arav Agarwal, meanwhile, has faced just the one delivery, yet to get off the mark. Well, the left-handed Arav Agarwal will have Hugo Kelly excited because the ball's going to be spinning away from him. If he's got the straighter one, LBW comes into play. That is too straight from Kelly. Watchfully blocked out here. Oh, they've gone up, and so has the finger. He hasn't got any bat on that one, and Hugo Kelly gets his first wicket, and what a time to do it. It leaves Rian Naik at the non-strikers end, watching batters come and go. 7 down for Singapore, and this is how it happened. Hugo Kelly bowling one, pitching one in line, and it continues to go on towards the stumps, and the umpire, well, puts the finger up. The dreaded finger goes, and so does Arav Agarwal. Back to the dugout. And Japan, well, they need 3 more wickets. And Singapore, well, they don't need too many runs, but they've got Rian Naik out there, who's done all the heavy lifting, if not most of it. More than half the runs in this total coming off the bat of Rian Naik. Kabish, who had a great day with the ball, now has to try and save the game for Singapore with the bat. Hugo Kelly will go back to right arm over the wicket to the new batter, Kapish, who picked up 4 wickets with the ball in his 7 overs, conceding 41 runs. Hugo Kelly picking up a very important wicket. This just builds a bit more pressure on Rian Naik. And this one is quicker. Pushed through. End of the 26th over. And this game is still hanging in the balance. It's on a knife's edge with Singapore on 138 for 7 after 26. They've got plenty of overs to go. Not too many wickets in the dugout. 3, in fact. And it's still anybody's game after all this time. Singapore just need 28 runs. Well, while Juto ball might be taken out of the attack, we've got Gabby coming back in for more leg spin. So one leg spinner replacing another. He's got a bit more control. That's hit straight down the ground. Has he got hold of it? Well, not all of it. It was placed to perfection between long off and long on. And Japan can't afford to concede boundaries. But it's the next best result. It's Rian Naik at the non-strikers end. And Gabby's picked up 1 for 23 from his 3.1 overs here. Will want to pick up another wicket. And Kapish Venkatraman, who's looked good for his 2 deliveries so far, looks capable enough to see out these deliveries from the spinners. But it's the question of focus and concentration. Can he? Oh, that's a flighted delivery. Umpires just having a very close look at that one. Every run is going to matter. Just inside the tram lines on that occasion. Oh, they've gone up in appeal. It's perhaps just clipped the pads. Well, the emotions definitely getting the better, but well, hands on heads for some of the players from Japan, at least all. Gabby, who thought Kapish definitely got some bat on that one. A good take down the legs from Skylar. Rian Naik has got to be smart here. He doesn't want to be taking a single off the fourth, fifth, or sixth delivery. He's got to keep strike here and try and make the most of it when he's on strike. One delivery here for Kapish to navigate. Does so in quite elaborate fashion. 27 overs gone, 139 for 7. And despite being out there for 66 deliveries, Rian Naik just deciding to keep his legs light. And 79 of 66 deliveries for Rian Naik. Target of 166. Singapore on 139 for 7. Plenty of overs. Hugo Kelly will continue. At the start of the 28th over. Oh, he's hit that uppish. Well, was that a chance? Possibly not. Juto ball. What a day he's had. 2 wickets. It was expensive in one of his overs where Rian Naik took him apart. Straight to the fielder, Gabby, on that occasion. You got to sense that this is the over where something gives. He's looked to go big. Gets the under edge. Just a single. This is the next best outcome for Japan, where Rian Naik is at the non-striker's end after facing 3 balls and only picking up a single. They'll target the other batters. Kapish Venkatraman on this occasion yet to get off the mark. He's not looking to score too many runs here, just needs to survive. And they'll pick up a single off the 4th delivery. Might come back for 2. No, they won't. Well, this just adds another dimension to the game. What does Rian Naik do here? He's got 2 deliveries to contend with from Hugo Kelly. Does he take a single? Does he try to score a boundary? Just cut down that margin or the required number of runs. Cuts it. Says no, because it's straight to Juto ball. Pulls this one away, straight to square leg. It's a good over in the context of the game from Hugo Kelly. Just the 2 runs coming off it. Rian Naik, meanwhile, he's worked himself to 80 of 71. The start of the 29th over, it'll be Kapish Venkatraman on strike. And, well, that's exactly what Japan want. And this is a good decision here from Charlie to bring himself back on. But he's got to be on the money here for every delivery that he bowls to Kapish Venkatraman, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pick up wickets and they're trying to keep Rian Naik as much as possible out of this run chase at the non-striker's end. Oh, that is a good delivery. If he can get that in line with the stumps, he's going to be in business. He has the ability to vary his pace quite well. That's flighted. Well, single off that full toss from Charlie. Well, Charlie, captain of Japan versus Rian Nayak, captain of Singapore. Captain v captain in a nail biter here. Full toss. Misfield. Single. 23 runs now required. 3 deliveries to go in Charlie's over. He'll be bowling. Well, Kapish has done a very good job of just seeing these deliveries through from the spinners. It's allowed Rian Nayak to pick up the single early on in the over. I think he's called for his long on and long off to come up in the circle. He's probably tempting Kapish Venkatraman to go for a big shot. He's able to just keep that one out. And good batting from Kapish Venkatraman. Knows the need of the moment. 29 overs gone. 143 for 7. 23 runs for Singapore to get 3 wickets for Japan. Where is this going to go? Who's going to triumph in this contest? It's all hanging in the balance here. Hugo Kelly. He's going to be bowling to Rian Nayak. Is he going to take him on early on in the over? That's a full toss. He's hit that beautifully well. Has it gone all the way? Well, I think that's a 1 bounce 4 from Rian Nayak. What a beautiful shot that was. Glorious. It was pitched up on the offside. And Nayak going up and over covers. He moves himself on to 85 of 74. And this is a captain's knock here from Nayak. He's got the boundary already in this over. He's being ably supported from the other end by Kapish Venkatraman. 2 of 12 for him. It's not the runs from Kapish that matter. It's his ability to deal with the deliveries from the spinners. He'll see out in the next couple and perhaps take a single on the 5th. Well, 4th, 5th or 6th delivery. He wouldn't want to leave it till the 6th delivery. And according to plan for Nayak and Singapore, gets to the non-striker's end. Just 19 now required. Venkatraman will just have to see out this one delivery from Hugo Kelly. Does so successfully. One more delivery to go in the over. A dead bat defense. To the applause of the Singaporean dugout, because they know what that means. It's Rian Nayak on strike for the 31st over. Singapore are 148 for 7. think this is the final roll of the dice here for Japan. It could still go back to Charlie. Well, they've turned to Kobayashi. Well, he looked to target the stumps here. And does so to good effect on that first delivery. Rian Nayak right behind that one. Already spoken quite a bit about Rian Nayak's versatility as a batter. Has a full range of strokes, both on the offside and on the leg side. Goes leg side, swats it into the square leg region, looking for two. Well, and this is what Japan would have wanted. Kapish Venkatraman on strike. And to Kobayashi, who's picked up 1 for 9. He's into his third over, just the 2 overs for him with the new ball. Thought he could have perhaps been given an over or 2 more in that first spell. Not to be. Well dealt with from Kapish Venkatraman. Change of bails there from Skylar. Good old jinxing of tradition. And let's see if it holds true. Because Japan need anything and everything to go their way now. Oh, it's got the edge. But even if there was first slip, I don't think it would have carried Kapish Venkatraman with perhaps the most important 4 runs he'll ever score in his under-16 career. He's tasked with just one job when he walked out there. It's to keep Rian Nayak company. And, well, that boundary now sees Singapore requiring just 13 more runs for victory. Japan desperately need a wicket here. Boy, would they love it to be that of Rian Nayak. Singapore, on the other hand, and they'll want their skipper to be out there all the way to the end. Cricket is a very funny game. You can change in the blink of an eye. You look back to this run chase and you think about the drop chances from Japan. Rian Nayak, who's batting on 87 of 78, was put down a couple of times. How different this game would have been had they taken those catches. That's another change in pace in the block hole. Well dealt with from Kapish Venkatraman. 31 overs gone, 153. 150 coming up for Japan in that previous over. They're on 153 for 7. They need just 13 runs to win. That'll be a historic win. And we'll go back to the standings in Group A. Japan on 2 points after 2 games. Singapore on 2 points after 2 games. And Japan only ahead on run rate. So Singapore should see it through here all the way. And they'll go up into second place. And that means one step closer to securing that semi-final spot. Charlie comes back into the attack. He knows that there's not much time left and not much runs. He seems to be holding his back. Keeps driven once again to covers. He seems to be having an issue with his right lower back. Rian Nayak is being very sensible here. He's showing maturity beyond his years. He recognizes that Charlie is into his 9th over. He can only play a part of this defense for another 8 deliveries after this. And he's happy to see him out. Here you go again. Once again, Charlie just holding his right lower back there. Cuts this. Do they pick up a single? No, they don't. Flighted invitation to go down the ground. Instead, Rian Naik doing the sensible thing, just driving it, keeping it along the ground, picking up a single. Well, who does Japan turn to from here? Charlie, 2 for 28 for him from his 9 overs. 12 runs required for Singapore. They've got within arm's reach of the finish line. And it's been a one-man show with the bat. A captain's knock. One of fortitude, strength, and a little bit of fortune as well. You need that along the way. Ask anybody who's played cricket. You do need a little bit of good fortune. You seem to find it when you're willing to risk things, and that's what Rian Naik has done. He's batted beautifully, 88 of 84. Oh, that is a good slow ball Yorker there from Kobayashi. That's a no ball for the number of fielders. And, well, Japan just making an error in the oversight. Too many fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Well, Rian Naik, he will absolutely relish this next delivery. It's a free hit, which means, well, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at this one. What's Kobayashi got in store for him? Oh, what a brilliant delivery and a wonderful take, but it does not matter because it was a free hit. And if you're new to cricket and wondering why the bat is still out there despite being caught by the wicket keeper, the previous delivery was a no ball. Kobayashi, well, now we would have wanted that to be a legitimate delivery. Well, here he is. He's got another opportunity. This time, he's hit it well. There is protection. They're coming back for 2. Single digits now required for Singapore. And Japan have given it everything. They've gone through the changes. They've stayed in the fight. Oh, we said this earlier in the game. It's going to come down to who wants it more. Both these teams have left nothing in the tank. They've given it everything. Japan will definitely feel a little let down by their catching. Rian Naik dropped on a couple of occasions. Clipped off the pads, a full toss straight to mid-wicket. Kobayashi spraying that down the pads. And now 157 on the board for 7. Well, Venkatraman has gone under the radar a bit, but it's been a fantastic knock from him, a knock of support. He's allowed Rian Nayak to be a bit more relaxed at the non-striker's end. And Rian Nayak has been able to trust Kapish with facing out the last few deliveries in an over. It's a crucial part of this partnership that's allowed Singapore to get within single digits of this target set by Japan. The target being 166 for victory. And speaking of this partnership, it's worth 19 of 41 deliveries in the context of the game, with so much at stake. They've turned to Hugo Kelly. Well, that is a freebie. It's going to be a no ball and a 6. We'll be waiting for the scorer's confirmation. And that's it. The game is done. Rian Nayak, well, drops his bat, takes off his gloves, thanks the heavens, and there we go. What scenes these are from the KTJ Oval. Singapore have triumphed over Japan, and it is off the back of their skipper. But well, credit must be given to Kapish Venkatraman, who walked out to bat at a very critical juncture. The score was 138 when he walked out to bat, and yes, Rian Nayak did most of the scoring, but he held up one end. That's the match summary. After Japan won the toss and chose to bat, only the toss going Japan's way. After that, not much else. It was a solid partnership between Charlie and Skylar. 77 for Charlie, 50 for Skylar Nakayama. And not much else with the bat for Japan. They only managed 165. Was it going to be enough? Good bowling from Singapore. 2 bowlers getting 4 apiece. Even Pandey, Kapish Venkatraman, and Rian Nayak and Vedansh Gupta chipping away with 1 wicket apiece. And then Singapore walked out in the run chase. They fumbled early on, 2 for 20 odd. And then Rian Nayak, well, 97 unbeaten of 90 deliveries. Saw his side through, ably supported there towards the end by Venkatraman. Juto Ball, who had a crucial spell, picking up those 2 wickets, providing the breakthrough. 2 for Charlie Inze from his 9. Kesi Kobayashi 1 for 18. Gabihara Inze 1 for 23. And Singapore have triumphed in an absolute nail-biter over Japan. And that'll see them into second place in Group A. And, well, thanks for joining us. I'm Bobby Renner signing off from the KTJ Oval, and we'll catch you at the next game.
Okay. A very close game today. Captains of both the teams performed exceedingly well, but the standout performer for today's match is the captain of Singapore, Rian Nai. Rian, can you please come forward? 97 runs and 90 balls and 1 wicket for 12 runs and 4 overs. Well done, Rian. Congratulations.
Thank you.